Okay, sounds good. But we have you, Sean. Okay, I guess we can get started then. Cool. So before I begin my speech, I have a few thank yous that I'd like to give. Um, First, I'd like to thank the TAP staff and tournament administrators, Gary Larson, Sarah Partlow, Levy, Adrian Bravero, Preeton Shaw, and the Classrooms.Cloud staff, as well as the NDT committee and board of trustees. Additionally, thank you to everyone who worked incredibly hard to make an in-person NDT possible. While we certainly wish we could be in the big room right now in person with everyone, we're still extremely grateful for the opportunity and the work that everyone put in to make this event happen. Thank you to our host, JMU, for running a fantastic tournament, as well as all of the judges that we've had this year as well. All of the work that goes into judging rounds and all the weekends that you sacrifice don't go unnoticed. And it's been really integral to us getting here today. Thank you to all the Dartmouth administrators who for showing support for our program, as well as all the DOOF alumni who really are the bedrock of the program. They've been texting us words of encouragement all weekend, and it's been really great to see that. My family, my parents, my brother Mason, I'm sure they're watching right now. My parents are so supportive of me. They have been my entire debate career, always unconditionally, even if they didn't fully understand why I was spending hours locked in our attic last year competing online at tournaments. Shout out to Ani, who was my coach in high school. I said it last year, but he's one of the smartest individuals in the activity. He's taught me almost everything I know about debate and has been watching rounds all weekend, despite technically retiring from the activity, which has been great to see. Thank you to the Dartmouth coaching staff, Devon, Jasmine, Scott. Thank you for all the support that you showed during work week and cutting cards, writing blocks, being on Discord all weekend. We could not have had nearly as much success either this tournament or all year without the combined support of all of you. Special shout outs to Callahan for delivering me food all weekend, in addition to finding the time to cut the cards that we need before each debate. Shout out to Rom. I don't know how you managed to cut nearly as many cards right now as a coach as you did as a debater, but you've been instrumental this year. You've been incredibly helpful. It's been great working with you for another season, and could not have won nearly as many neg debates this year without you. Michigan, we're back again. It's kind of fitting that this is the finals matchup for now 2 years in a row. Come a long way from those high school debates together at MBA, but we've had great debates over the past couple of years. It's always enjoyable debating the both of you, and I'm excited that the season once again gets to end this way. To the members of the DOOF, I think one of the things that makes the Dartmouth debate team so special is the close sense of community that we've all cultivated. It's been awesome getting to know all of you and becoming friends with all of you, and thank you for all of the support that you've shown us this weekend. Special shout outs to Ella, Jenny, Ali for highlighting all of our unprocessed cards, scouting for us this weekend, getting on email chains, cutting updates, and also delivering food for us all weekend, which has been very helpful. Gabe, you're an absolutely terrifying 2N who can go for anything, and you are a force to be reckoned with. Thank you for all the cards that you've cut for us this weekend. And I can't wait to see what Dartmouth BC does next year. Final few thank yous. Thank you to Turner. I'm sure me getting COVID and throwing our travel plans into disarray 2 days before the NDT was not exactly how you had envisioned the season ending, but you managed to make it work and it got us here. You even let me your house for the weekend, which was incredibly generous. You do so much to maintain and grow the program behind the scenes. Your love for Dartmouth debate is so evident, and I just could not imagine a better director of debate. Next, thank you to Holland. Thank you for being there and doing so much to support me this term in so many ways. I'll miss all those late nights in the doof, doing the crossword or procrastinating on homework or listening to Taylor Swift. And it's a tragedy the community will never get to see you unleash all of those, unfortunately, unbroken new apps for this NDT. And last, but certainly not least, thank you to Arvind. It's been a wild ride this year, and I know it's been said before, but you really are the bedrock of this team. No one cuts as many cards as you. No one invests as many hours as you. We not have won nearly as many debates this year without you writing out the 2 for me and K debates, or your encyclopedic knowledge of where random cards are in our Dropbox, which has saved us many, many times. Sure, I missed some people. Sorry about that. But yeah, thank you. Thank you all. And with that, I will send out the 1AC. The 1AC has been sent. Let me know when you all receive it.
I cannot.
Was that a yes received? Not yet. Okay. Michigan, you all good? Kennedy. BK Delo. Awesome. Is anyone not ready? Cool.
Conventional Order Supply Chains, the DOT affords antitrust immunity to 24 alliance carriers. The DOT uses a public interest test, which is more lenient than a consumer welfare standard. Recent empirical evidence proves these immunities cause limit quantity and quality while increasing prices. Moss and 18 alliance carriers amass immunity. There are 24 immunized alliances. The largest includes the 9 members in SAR are granted ATI in 2009. And immigrants obtained immunity in 2010 and Delta in 2008. DOT must grant immunity in order to approve an anti-competitive agreement. DOT's race competition concerns for immunized agreements. Some of these just lost ahead of competition on international level. Alliance carriers for nothing issues lost. Alliance by non-Canada alliance carriers to interfere with alliances at alliance gateways. We have to 2 decades for evidence related to effects to imperial studies. Tell different story of the effects of ATI without media cooperation. Hands and tenants who collude on passenger high prices for safe and immediately lead loss competition when member companies of a non-alliance carrier who reduce the ladder hubs increases period market share, lowers lighting traffic communities needs to enable alliance to meet the alliance market. DOT evaluates issues and recommends harm standards that differ from the public interest standard by the DOT. Hawaii and the DOT recognize recommend against immunity. The DOT identified a 50% fair increase. Found no benefits recommended. The DOT deny immunity. Increasing international intercontinental air cargo post COVID rebound limited now. No 21 at all. Air cargo was consumed by the strong demand. Where no rapid even capacity pressures by the reopening cargo. Passenger flights cargo being high demand capacity just supply cargo spot rates are stuck at elevated levels. The supply pressures include Southwest Airlines with significant reductions last year. Of the impact of airport slot waivers and the fact that capacity discipline airlines be expressing pricing power. Stricter antitrust immunity spurs increased international routing as a method of competition. Moss 19 duties ATI is lenient. The duties approaches led legacy airlines to all top directing to request for ATI duty has a loss or competitive concerns lost second loss headache competition on international routes by non-alliance carriers. So the competition may be reduced on routes by immunized alliance carriers and also shows that when an alliance member competes with a non-alliance carrier for closure louder loser essential lane traffic. Increase of international air cargo routing key to post-COVID supply chain stability and global trade. Hold 21 cargo played a crucial role in shipments transport key connector to manufacturers and consumer shipments that took the longer transport by air. Cargo the global supply chain function for depth materials carried out by cargo vast passenger aircraft air freight. Transport 25% of all trade. Air transport vast impacts in growth facility effects and efficiency across the activity. Transport give access to markets, facility trade boosts for activity, reduces the cost and allows companies to specialize in merit advantages. Transport improves supply chain efficiency, enables companies to deliver products reliably, quickly promote collaboration among the world to deal with COVID and transport keep chain smooth. Supply chain disruptions cause extinction. Lin 14 exclusive industry are the source of public economic social shock threatened global national perhaps natural disaster condition and financial panic face off to calculus for some of the global capitals that we trace dangers to supply chain crashes. Fragility poses a existential problem. Industrial commons suffer from fatal flaws characterized by single points of failure when the company faces competition manufacturers guard against supply chain disruption to pulling production limit dividends mitigate risks. The failure act now meets financial crisis shortage China collapse of US and European authority economic volatility stagnation collapse of checks and balances that threats to human society trade decline causes nuclear war up in number 21 environment events health tech failures will define the future but structural factors that impact the capacity powers to settle the inevitable shocks. Decoupling will produce increasing polarization and conflict, weaken institution norms, and reduce capacity to confront warming tech changes, nuclear weapons, or proliferate escalating trade disputes will and globalization war suffering excessive result with retrenchment in the international political effects be damaging it. Fuels nationals of which countries to conflict trade wars to the World War III economic constraints on aggression or eroding trade wars or reducing independence make that inconceivable. The current remote is scarier than pre-1914. There are many hotspots, Korea, CS, Taiwan, where kindling seems awfully dry. Passenger air cargo network growth key to vaccine distribution speed. Kieran in 21. Medical research passing the baton. Aviation delivery across the globe. Air cargo would have the capacity infrastructure distribution. Vaccines depend on very much their networks of pandemic. Disruptive air cargo. So capacity is the first challenge. 40% of freight carried by cargo aircraft. There's passenger man force airlines got capacity. Are rebounding their unanswered questions. So vaccine can require storage. Next 70 degrees dry ice isolated carbon dioxide. Dry ice 60 40 flights. Regulated supplies been brought up by wealthy countries. Temperature can be sustained weather. Dry ice air transport will be limited cargo capacity. Having capacity are critical. Vaccine airlift speed prevents Chinese vaccine diplomacy. Causes Taiwan war collapses the liberal order. McDonough in 21. Tension between China and the U.S. is for geopolitical competition. They will shape the competition between the liberal economies in China, where it's between with their serious influence on the proxy competition by way of vaccine diplomacy defined as leveraging ability to distribute vaccines to achieve political purposes, compare conditions, influencing vaccines to Chinese manufacturers, helping Asian Indonesia enhance that power. There's been recently Chinese vaccines highly risky developing countries service access to avoid take risks. There report China's use access to as a geopolitical carrot to switch from ties from Taiwan to China, picking off Taiwan's relations designed to isolate the nation, incentivize the use of engagement, unification, vaccine short support for Belt and Road. Negatives include countries being able to subject to conditionality. Taiwan war causes extinction and turns every impact mad fails. Lucky 22 Chinese manual seats. Dividing eventual one nuclear deterrence and fight a war. If the United States threatens nuclear weapons, China's plan to retaliate nuclear nation. Good spread every city could reduce a rebel economy, environmental collapse. Chinese believe they can ignore threats. LAO solves extinction and filters every impact directly in 20 and directly. Russian base station is sensitive warfare. The post-war order fosters the peaceful pure things to the order. Moscow and Beijing focus on ties rather than fighting enemies. Governments with a road. Under the EU arms control by the wayside efforts to combat climate change, financial crisis, pandemics, disorder, which have right survival. Connection 2 is green aviation, leading in interest simulation standards, great security for anti-committed practices. LAR 18 access slots airlines, increase frequency of flight to and from hubs, especially hub to hub routes like access slots, particularly peak periods, condition, reduce checking counters, airlines and airlines, reduce frequencies that create value for customers, market routes, for smaller non-LA airlines, enter concentration is harmful to competition, dominance and connecting markets, increases risk on airlines carriers for closer interlining, alliance and favor their airlines smarter financial terms of immediate for airline carriers secure, feeder traffic at airports, market location, considerable entry switching costs, and companies capture customers to ensure entry. There are many examples training for employees joint product development, supply chain links to B2B networks, and major switching costs are frequent flyer programs. Airlines anti-competitive practices, lockout, low-cost carriers, boss 19 consolidation affected, carriers market shares, on such routes, difficult routes, utilize hubs, high concentration, limit choice, and increase risk for closing routes, interline trends, electric traffic account for the highest proportion of global traffic immunized carriers, maintain high market shares, routes difficult smaller airlines to enter. They require infrastructure that are outside the scope of smaller carriers immunized. Carriers obstruct new entry by foreign airlines to the U.S. routes consolidation, concentration at airports that are the important connection to traffic. Concentration markets are conducive to command outcomes of market distance to access market power. ATI does not produce increases in benefits and concentration rates. Energy barriers increases the risk that smaller carriers will be foreclosed to interlining it. Hubs LCC is key to green aviation. Abuse of market power locks in the unsustainable hub and smoke model. The 21 control emissions layer in aviation should bear the responsibilities. Airlines reduce dependence on hub and smokes. Facility connections reduce emissions. Innovating solar power and electric aircraft. LCCs not very important to avoid to have the high load factors. The LCC rules restricting market power, ensuring fair access to hubs. Issue carbon neutral aviation emission per capita in the city. Aviation in the USA are higher than China, 25 times higher than in India. The difference on hub smoke and explain difference in emissions. Hub smoke and apply higher emission airline network structure. Explain the difference. Green aviation key to solve extinction for energy dependence and stratospheric aerosolization. Legally in 20 aviation, the heart of activity. Passenger will reach 2 billion aviation over air shadow Paris to keep the temperature below 2 degrees. Climate change and cataclysmic intense consequences for socioeconomic systems that cascade impact transportation. Which is also for greenhouse gas. Aviation is most important for business, most carbon intensive for essentially be overlooked. Aviation different from other activities. Major emissions occur at altitude that intend to instigate active chemical processes adding to warming scenarios. Major impacts CO2, NO2, SOx, CO, impact atmosphere composition that contributes to warming acidification. Emissions released at high altitude react with ozone formation related to stratospheric ozone depletion. Emissions cause chemical and aerosol effects. Aviation is a top 10 emitter. Stratosphere is aerosolization causes extinction, triggers every excellent tourist thing in 21. Stratospheric aerosol effects and ecology conflict can trigger large-scale threats, nuclear warfare, systemic risk studies, highly catastrophic outcome changes in weather, affect vegetation, planning outcomes, a transport structure under switch for SAI, complex ecological system within complex system, dangerous ecological tail risk results in ozone depletion, rare activity, voids, phenomenal political dynamics, psychological infrastructure, luck may not follow historical analogs that say how novel states and basic unforeseen ecological responses like the SAI, worst and climate hazards, social classes, marked by accumulation of stresses would affect agricultural systems, sensitivity, security, capacity, social political violence, spark conflict, instability, already emerging empirical links, manipulation, and climate for warfare, changing disease effects, money, health infrastructure, amplified to a pandemic. Energy wars cause extinction for even in 20 nuclear weapons will be launched wars on the energy cliff. US might use crisis mode change mood after USA in order to secure unlimited oil so threaten to nuke any attempt to take oil would result in nuclear Armageddon. Ozone depletion causes extinction given to 21. The exact triggers a catastrophic depletion, ozone spike in radiation, emissions of key chemicals, and stratospheric consequences. In the specter of ozone depletion, return ozone to transport, elimination, ocean, loss changes life. P2B airline integration is key to COVID variant control, prevents passenger contagion through airport hubs. Bauer and 20 of development shown interiors going to go to bypassing hubs through network architecture. Airlines connect to reputable city peers supported. The option to fly non-stop eliminating the transfer to hub needs to maintain liberalized industries from point to point, maintains health and advantage affording the ability to bypass hubs faster. Density reverse the ability to foster social distancing during the pandemic. Air traffic has been severely impacted. One advantage of physical distancing by choosing a forego connection. Passengers are selecting the safest option for extracting COVID that mitigates risk when networks are flexible. Airlines can deploy aircraft on a different long route relevant to the event of a sporadic emergency of virus whereby a destination may become blocked. Repatriation rights easily facilitated. Endemic COVID variant control prevents extinction, turns all nuclear war scenarios back to 21 past pandemics. The sensitivity for wars on nuclear arsenals can cause starvation of the entire human species. Nobody extreme crisis come out. Aggressive action that destabilizes for carelessly balanced threat systems. The risk of nuclear weapons increases sharply. A pandemic may lead nuclear states increase isolation, sanctions, or shutdown, and measures for loud. Create enormous pressure focus on domestic priority states to proliferate nuclear weapons. With the risk of nuclear war, economic struggles to lead them to favor and nuclear as well opposed to conventional weapon fully economic recession. The gap could grow between societies. Unconditional. The United States federal government should limit antitrust immunities for airline alliances that fail to demonstrate periodic consumer welfare benefits. Unconditional ex-ante immunities allow companies to renege on potential promised benefits. The threat of losing immunity backed by periodic review causes airlines to demonstrate consumer benefits in order to avoid antitrust shoots. Or 18 to joint ventures produce benefits, grant them immunity while subject to periodic reviews within a time limit. Subject to review, alliances not fair. Airlines will make guarantee there were open skies agreements without immunity is unlike the efficiency benefits which relies regulators without about integration problems. Regulators that appreciate restrictive practices due to no foreclosure. They don't acknowledge foreclosure did not influence decision events became use after timelines for limits for immune periodic reviews. Thus, warranted DOT's policy should be proactive by enforcing sensitive provisions. Clear requirements. The airlines must demonstrate continued consumer benefits to continue receiving antitrust immunization, solves anti-competitive practices, Moss 18, troubling competition, and carries some mass media economic evidence, buttresses concerned market shares, increased concentration of hubs injecting competition depends on entry by smaller carriers, which of those use carriers use policy should be proactive by enforcing sensitive provision. Airlines should not be viewed in international vacuum. DOT should have periodic use immunity reviewed every 3 years. Immunized carriers should demonstrate immunity has benefits to consumers.
Okay, we're going to start prep as soon as we've got the plan.
We'll send that out. Send.
Okay, I'll let you know when I get it, and then I'm just going to mute and start 10 minutes. We're still waiting on it. Okay, now we got it. 10 minutes starting upon muting. Okay, we have 9:12 left. Are you good for cross-ex?
Yep.
Okay, so my first question concerns your first advantage, your Oppenheimer evidence. It lists things. These are some quotes from the card. Quote, Trump's trade war with China. Quote, U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum. Quote, Japan has used export controls. How are any of these things the plan gets rid of?
Well, two of those things you cited were about Trump. And the third,
yeah, but they're still in place. Biden hasn't removed any tariffs.
The third is about the plan structurally shores up the integrity of supply chains.
Okay, well, so that card also says, quote, the causes of weakening global collaboration are structural, not subject to the efforts of some hypothetical future U.S. liberal leadership. Again, why does this not just zero the case?
I would refer you to the above internal link cards, which isolate aviation, and they're in fact oddly specific to aviation's significant impact on the integrity and strength of global trade. So like, yes, you're correct that the Oppenheimer evidence might cite other factors contributing to global trade. We've defended an internal link that is strongly about aviation's contribution. the supply chain.
Where do airline alliances operate? Like, are they American companies? Are there international companies in the alliances?
Arvin?
The alliances are international. They obviously include American companies though as well.
Are they primarily American companies?
Primarily, do you mean like by that you mean mostly?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know the exact breakdown of all of it. I think like our first card, the Moss card, lists some of the alliances.
Do you
Yeah,
apply
I don't remember.
antitrust extraterritorially if a party that violates is a foreign company?
The plan would reduce antitrust immunities for international alliance carriers.
So
The plan isn't
international
what-
ones as well. That means extraterritorial.
all the alliances that are currently granted immunity by the Department of Transportation, the plan
Okay.
would reduce immunities.
All the
for them.
immunity reduced. Got it. Okay. Second advantage, how do you solve global emissions?
By increasing green aviation. Like part of our argument is that we need low-cost carriers to adopt an international model that reduces
Right, but why-
aviation emissions.
No,
globally.
I get that, but why is it
Yeah.
globalized?
Well, part of this, kind of the same international enforcement questions that you were getting at earlier, like airlines
so-
anti-competitive practice locks out low-cost carriers generally.
Right. So your argue is you change the practices of airline carriers, both abroad and domestically. They adopt green tech. That's the solvency arg.
Well, it's not just adopt green tech. It is moving away from the unsustainable hub and spoke model,
okay.
moving towards green aviation, more
Fair
efficient
enough.
forms
Got
of
it.
transportation.
Shift to green aviation.
Yeah.
Okay. What is periodic consumer welfare benefits?
Like, how is it defined or how is it used in the plan?
The latter.
So the plan would narrow immunity for airline alliances. It would require those alliances to demonstrate periodic consumer welfare benefits to retain the immunity that would likely be determined
So
by the DOT.
If you can prove that you're periodically benefiting consumer welfare, you cannot be sued under the antitrust laws post-plan.
Right. It would force the
But
alliances
so can someone
to demonstrate
bring-
consumer welfare benefits.
Can a plaintiff bring a suit alleging that you're not doing the consumer welfare benefits thing and then get to sue you under antitrust?
Sorry, that's not really the way an immunity works. So the plan reduces the scope of practices that immunity applies to, changes the current public interest test to a consumer welfare test.
Okay, so when someone is sued, the test is now this public welfare test, but they can still be sued.
No, sorry, the current standard is the public interest test.
Okay, you
The
change it to
plan
the
isn't
consumer
like
welfare one.
like you cannot sue unless the immunity is removed. The plan just reduces the scope of the immunity. It prohibits it,
Got it.
narrows the scope of the immunity. It's
Okay.
here now.
Yeah.
reduced.
Okay, we're good. I'm setting a timer, like whatever. I might as well set a timer. Okay. I got roasted a little for my thank you speech last year being way too long, so I'm going to make it short and sweet this year. Thank you to the NDT director, Dr. Sarah Partlow-Efray, James Madison University for hosting the tournament, and Chief of Staff Mike Davis, Gary Larson and Tab, the National Debate Tournament Board of Directors, DSRB, John Sive, Sherry Hall, Dr. Carl Leeper, Adrian Rivero, Shannon Ritchie, David Hung, Kathleen Rock, Tim Sanders, and John Rains. The generous support we continuously receive from the University of Michigan and our debate alums and the donors that made it possible for us to be here representing in this final round tonight. To our administrators, University of Michigan President Mary Sue Coleman, University of Michigan Vice President, Student Life Martino Harmon, and Dean of Students, Dr. Laura Blake Jones. Thanks to the Michigan debate team, AK, Kurt Fifelsky, Kevin Hearn, Val McIntosh, DML, Gabe Jankowski, Goldschlag, Fleming, Krakoff, Brandon Strauss, to our other teams that competed at the NDT qualified, Kelley Phil, Kelly Skolakaris, Ben McGraw, Josh Harrington, MM, and then also to someone who's been really kind of reaching out to me this tournament, Thomas Vance. I appreciate you all. Just a couple people that were important on my way up to debate. Some Black people I'd like to thank: DB, DSRB, Eli, Chris, Aaron Timmons. Thanks to you all. Some previous coaches at North Broward, Klarman, Zahir, Allison Keggs, and then to some important friends that I couldn't live without this year: Casey, Gabe, Shree, Nick. Y'all are the best. Thank you for everything you all do for me. Friends in debate, Texas DK, Emory GK, love you all. And then judges, you all make the activity. Thank you for all the judges that I've had this year and throughout my career. The feedback has been great, and I feel like the community of judges is awesome. Thanks to my parents for always supporting me. They got me into debate. I didn't want to do it initially, but they forced me into it, and it seemed like it worked out okay. And then lastly, thanks to my partner, Raphael, being an awesome debate partner, awesome friend. In the similar way that Arvind is the heart of the Dartmouth debate team, I'd say Raphael is the heart of the Michigan debate team. I don't think there are anyone else that works harder than him, and I wouldn't want to be debating with anyone else right now. And I'm super happy for everything he's done. And yeah. Okay, 1NC Sen. The order is 7, green aviation supply chains. Anyone not good? Thumbs down. Okay. Wait.
Is Sean here also?
Is Sean here? I think.
Okay, yes.
I'm so confused.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone's good.
Okay. Is anyone, Arvin, you good? Okay, sweet. First off, rules of nature, slides on Richard Science, economic science, industry rules, agreements, and commitment to legal formals, legal 22 U.S. knowledge is translated into legal language, formal economics, translation, formal, listed rules which reflect ontological assumptions and inferences established by science, competition law consist of rules as well as effects, suggest interest space, and evidence of anti-competitive effects. These is misleading theories to memorize modes of reality. The real relevant conclusions that affects our conduct are anti-competitive or drawn distinction inferences on formal methods are translated into a test of tested formalistic because interest-specific rule of reason has been formalized. The mechanical formulas advantage rest with social and ecological lapse, inevitable negative for legal rules, and marching on 22 policy, permitting societal challenges can only be justified, traditional law challenges with climate disaster to survive shocks and scratch this critique.
I'll get you another impact.
Okay, fine. Next off, counterpoint. The United States federal government should substantially liberalize its trade policy, invest in resilience and diversification for supply chain safety, distribute vaccines globally, and embark on diplomatic campaigns to combat Chinese vaccine diplomacy, refrain from military defending Taiwan, increase support for progress, democracy, and liberal institutions, supply chain reform, solid in 2014, the key to restoring resilience is built up to real-time redundancy by disrupting the capacity to produce sort of key so much components we could require from to report all bottlenecks and potential bottlenecks and investors requirements to the public. One thing we need to do is adopt protectionist policies, next off death, implication, death impacts, necrophilia, and obsession with body counts, ends in extinction, but negative to reject amount of 21 necrophilia, obsession to that is dead passion, Detroit, excuse of interest, mechanical, biophysical, subtracting to life, and joint necrophilia, pathological, connected causes of war, fury, destruction by bureaucratic administrative people as things where change makes life soulless, having it is inexistent where relation to the world is stressing necrophilia, find balance, and emperors dark more than light because making them turn into life into things, everything dead, governed like a robot. Next off, Solicitor General DA intervening in the suit to defend the social class of carbon, but has limited bandwidth and influence. Cartoon to the DOJ take a variety of actions. Just climbable continue cases, range top operators. DJ is an important voice. The legislation collapse and have fuel courts. Less only hope to back suits virtually important. Trump's DOJ undermine efforts for fourth. We'll take a look at next week. I've been vowed to deploy assist to plaintiffs and liability suits. DOJ's limited bandwidth for a coming wave of climate suits. Challenging step to address emissions for over at least a cost of carbon portfolio is getting ready to defend ability to regulate power plants. US on its plate. Antitrust expansion forces OSG to play hard partisan hardball, crashing the overall office effectiveness. Quarter 10 SE's attachments having into perceptive corporate and the court selecting cases writing based on cases or arguments able to set up the agenda. Whereas SG must prioritize the only most important cases to safeguard the reputation of civil conflicts involving complex teams of regulatory areas, including antitrust at the merits of SG exercises greater destruction, and thereby the office play partisan hardball and antitrust cases. SG must limit cases are not to undermine special status. SG is built to excellence, carefully guards this least reservoir of credibility diminished. SG must use discretion political SG and under the office's status to apply a strong SEC causes cascading economic contagion. Built in 20 assessment should look at vulnerabilities throughout the chain based on the climate scenario films, not to adapt to the transition to faces cost and reduce revenues reduction cascade to the rest of the through changes training on one sector triggered a cascade of many effects affecting many green swan events triggering stage effects in multiple different sectors to make the supervisors to better account for climate risk. Many GDP will only make sense in an environment involving sustainability, involving consideration of sustainability, decision making, extinction, topics in 20 the economy, and like the depression, changing power, policy for conflict are expanding with the growth of China and Russia. Brought to Thomas canopy for granted China has been catching on state security was unavoidable to Russia and China hypersonics are a game over. The pandemic brought contradiction. However, China has been also affected, maintaining a better response to come out of better of the pandemic, accelerated declining power risk, include multiple races, armed races, hypersonic, cyber, AWS, and space first leaders to launch wars. Many mishaps and accidents. Countries in the region, Africa and America become battlegrounds. Sex off acts, and the course nearly accidents deciding acts now more to to the charge of match something for the FCC, the agency caught a break on the court said it is not up to tackling institution and sell striking down agency structure justice indicated willingness to overrule Humphrey aggressive interest leads the court to strike down FTC's powers less than 20 aggressive executive power makes Trump the court to re-examine FTC's independence cases confirm justice or death. The officials can create policies or separation scenes problematic under President Humphrey may be than I said more aggressive. The greater likelihood is that the court will overrule Humphrey's that annihilate the administrative state comment in 20 a decision the cornerstone of our government even if that been a law would not venture to say name any agencies Congress embedded removal into the countless agencies. Every action would be subject to a new challenges of court to overrule charter
mentioned precedent more actively upon institutions extinction. Carbon 21 be a vulnerable disease, weak financial accidents, attacks on system, climate vulnerability of system of visualize depends on administrative devices, mitigate vulnerability laid out, a strategy preparedness for disasters, terror attacks. They drew on expert coordination planning and across agencies required to stay from a nuclear attack administrative readiness, a fast range of functions where welfare, econ, and industrial powers as admin state. Next off, counterplan the United States federal judiciary issue call for the solutions to the General regarding limiting interest meetings for airline alliances that fail to demonstrate periodic consumer welfare benefits. The officer of the Office of the Solicitor General should find in favor of granting a sword and appropriate legal change. The counterplan solves the case by having this report invite the legal view of the Solicitor General and having the opposite legal modification. They'll follow the advice of the process of develop before prohibition bills in ST independent so pretend because when the court invites and that's coming in ST serves as a responding to innovation to express views because our special communist access partner known as the CBSG because of enormous trust support values and opinions based on judgment trade and as a trusted independence and self-ensure SG bears time from political sway just because the information is necessary before a full discretion and therefore CBSG will just rely on expertise to structural doctrine development before a decision. CBSG got the court to offer a position of the U.S. on America assimilating views about the agencies, a high correlation between SG recommendations and according to the testament term saw 100% calling for the views of the Solicitor General. CBSG are uniquely effective on complex civil statutory regimes like interest but think to advise me because they current the petitioning stage before arguments on the merits of court 8 and 10 actually has a pragmatic of exert influence over a substantive decisions to enter our discretionary and set the agenda. In addition, courts advice that she to provide views because it generally follows a recommendation because she's made the court takes a civil step or a civil influencing statutory regulatory schemes, provide examples of antitrust when SG decides to pursue office enjoys remarkable success. Next up, Delaware, the state of Delaware should revoke charters for any corporation that fails to demonstrate periodic consumer welfare benefits and authorize derivative suits against violating cars. They have overrun competition, economic leverage in businesses complied. Delaware 18. Bellator's dominates arises from charters half of all were including 60% of Fortune 500. The IAD provides so disputes must be using Delaware law no matter jurisdiction to give the number of the company's president to vastly exist in any of the other states. Look to Delaware deciding cases states that are competing for incorporation. Considerable law allows companies Delaware has expertise. They are in decisions quickly benefits from rationality constraints that limit law lawyers and advice effort television and networks. There will always be a single stage dominated duplicating would be expensive even if suboptimal because of path dependence. Is a cycle snowball creates a barrier for new states. Case. Green aviation emissions for an ice age extinction in 2012 because we're return of the ice would be a big disaster. No tech could stop ice. A return could be within the decades, but GHG responsible for warming and counter-reclamation. GHG might stave off return of ice and save civilization. Carbon might extend the ice interglacier until levels fall off because ice age would render food growing inoperable and lead to extinction. Warming unlocks Siberian egg productivity, creates a bed basket for East Asia. Upon 19, production will be improving for Siberia with the seasons longer and warmer yields improve. Abandoned land become attractive to destination for surplus to East Asia due to demand. And as other regions decline, countries compete in pressure prices underperforming Siberia's great potential support Asian production and increase and facilitate large exports. That could be the breadbox of Asia and boost food insecurity, increasing Asian food supply. France World War III, heading up through and 15 Asian World War III bid being dictated by food Asia unrestable terrorists and terror. Most of wars and terror could be a result of food price support security as a whole affected unless increases output due to growing population demand will rise of rapidly crisis begin, particularly in the state of regions that have problems with domestic production to secure resources. With countries go to war over scarce supply. Warming creates a huge economic upswing for Canada. 17 climate basically affect the geopolitical war. The new superpower will rise to the fill the vacuum. Canada dominance could be built on giant freshwater Arctic that revolutionizes trade and about climate at the end of the scorch earth. Countries continue to debate Canada's income could increase 247% economy for foreign best with temperatures of 13 degrees. Canada see large again stagnant growth causing quick best in World War III, 7 more 14 Canada war structure World War III destructive succeed China Russia build alliance spark civil war economic reasons for Tinder Canada's fluttering movements Article 5 could split NATO and the United States could be trimmed into Russia China and use distraction to press boundaries dissolution and bold movements Quebec accorded Russia's retail China has a chance to mirror the United States and first island chain is the same effect as Germany race before World War War warming rule gradual 21 plus worse are exaggerated we're going to extinct doomsday mood also powerful built-in bias to exaggerate temperature rate of temperature rise and seen casting rise several times faster than observed forecasters take worst case scenarios as likely scientists being catastrophic and forecasters for decades due to days with comes to that catastrophe on to the next where there's no catastrophe forecast get clicked models for IPCC reports are preconditions they do not include natural variability they do report obviously that take on the scale of variability in the next decades we will make progress decoupling from growth with a search discerning direction setting innovation transformations already underway vascular investments and will intensifying them. Do you want me to read that?
Oh, wait, did you mark that part or?
No, that's last word.
No energy wars.
No energy wars. Glacier 21 conflict bears similarities to neither factors nor scarcity. The core academic literature remains that by casual clean chart along in a complex uncertainty increases every state IPCC did not find strong evidence for a link between articles do not see scarcity self-resulting in outcomes and impact or contingent other factors do not global they be regional the efforts can be alleviated adapted at these levels models are not accurate economic state the optimistic view climate is manageable the risk of existential disease is 0.1 North 22 a pandemic test on threatened extinction is very small probability the survey the GCR conference shows that the median estimate for killing 1 billion to be 5% or it estimates the probability of existential threats from a pandemic in the next 100 years to be 0.001%. Studies proof trade as a cause war, Sudden 21.
You're on the next advantage.
Oh, on the next advantage.
argue that to promote peace, however, no study has examined how externalities affect conflict. Globalization reduces the cost of conflict, made easier for subsidy partners to obtain a credit and conflict harder to avoid sanctions, declining wars due to other costs such as cost of military technology and trade and services. Non-economic aspects like people promoting understanding international structure account for infrequency of wars. Globalization contribution benefiting supply chain issues are exaggerated. Georgia 22 supply code better predicted breakdowns proved or overstated supply. Surveys revealed the pandemic had effects on operational capabilities. They were only minor disruptions. Claims proved aggregate exaggerated. Imports were up to 5%. The private sector is responding by ramping up and ensuring multiple lines. No Taiwan invasion. Roy 21. China is unlikely to war with Taiwan. Beijing host the Olympics in its 20th Congress. Hard to imagine Xi start because of war. Turmoil would erode Xi's popularity. Actions is risky leaders maintain toughness, but no intent to attack. Action is daunting. Taiwan will not submit without a fight. China is not a strong war would cause discontent, and a backlash should be real modernization, market modernization. LIO is resilient. Analytic. Let me send a more copy, or just the actually. Okay, I just marked this card. If you want me to send it out, I can. I'll just I'll just put it in the email, Mark. Yeah. Sent it.
Okay, Raphael, you good?
You're gonna ask Gio if he's good.
Yeah, Gio, you good?
Yeah.
Cool. Status.
Well,
Status of the counterplans.
Yeah, Squirrel's always an option.
Did you scratch? You scratched the first K, but read the death K.
Yes. Scratch the first K, read the death K.
Got it. Solicitor General DA. What part of the plan forces the Solicitor General to litigate in the court?
So a couple arguments. One is that there are two methods of OSG involvement that occur in any legal change to antitrust. One is there has to be a mandatory amicus at the petitioning stage before the court has granted cert legal actions. And then second, there's advocacy in the merits, where we will argue the SG is drawn in by effect because they push on behalf of antitrust and defend new law from challenges.
Okay, but who would be initiating the challenges?
To the antitrust case?
Yes.
It could be any plaintiff, anyone who disagrees with the government's legal interpretation.
Okay, and your argument is the Solicitor General would have to defend the plan from those legal challenges.
Action invariably draws in the OSG.
Sure.
They either lobby for it to be codified by courts or they're defending.
Yeah. The Solicitor General counterplan, then, what is the net benefit?
The Solicitor General DA.
Okay, why does the Solicitor General, what is your argument for why this counterplan avoids the net benefit?
Solicitor General has two roles.
Mhm.
They can either be an advocate, which is the role that we think they take up in the plan. That's what we just talked about earlier. Or they can take the role of neutral counsel, where instead of defending and pushing for the government's policy, they're acting as a neutral third party. We think that's the counterplan.
The counterplan has the Solicitor General act as a neutral third party. Why does that not require the Solicitor General to defend the legal interpretation that is proffered if you're claiming the counterplan results in the plan's mandate?
Because the Solicitor General is simply responding to the court's request for advice. So there's a whole process for this. It's called a CVSG, where the court issues a request asking.
Okay, so
the opinion of
I
the
guess
Solicitor
stepping
General.
back, are you claiming this counterplan results in the AF, like the narrowing of the exemption?
Well, it results in something very similar that's solves
Sure,
the case.
sure.
I'm not sure
But
I'm going
you're-
to say it
right.
results in the
But then
plan.
why would the Solicitor General, even if they are involved in the initial allegation as a independent third party, why would they not have to
So
defend the ultimate
once
interpretation
the
proffered by
Solicitor
the
General,
government?
once the Solicitor General has advised the court, the result is then judicial uptake. There's no further advocacy. The court says yes to the Solicitor General, whom they requested.
What
to give
happens in
advice,
future legal challenges?
and the interpretation is codified.
What happens in
if-
future legal challenges?
The government wouldn't have a position on the issue, so they wouldn't be required to defend it. And
Okay.
also, if they did, the distinction is that there's a pre-existing sequence where the court has said they've requested the SG get involved and defend this, as opposed to doing so on the political branch's behalf.
The Axon DA, you've read a link card about FTC rulemaking and the exercise of regulatory power. Why is this a link to the AF?
Well, I mean, we think that's you now. It's a new AF. We can read whatever links we want in the block.
Okay, but you have not read a link card to the AF as of the 1NC.
No, our EV says antitrust expansion through the agencies would cause the court to change their decision in Axon.
Sure.
The 2EC gets up and is like line 3 of our
last
cards.
question.
Okay.
What is the net benefit to the advantage counterplan?
Net benefit to advantage counterplan, the turns on case, the Solicitor General DA, and the Axon DA.
Turns on case. Got it.
Yeah.
Starting prep.
404. Okay. I also have some people that I would like to thank. Sorry, let me find my thank yous doc. First, I'd like to thank my family for, being very supportive, always getting me, float paper, buying me a stand, taking me to tournaments. I don't think they've ever totally understood why I really, really like this activity, but, they've always been there supporting me, especially this weekend, texting me. Really, really appreciate them always supporting me. Also like to thank the tab staff and tournament administrators, Gary Larson, SPL, Adrian, Preeton Shaw, the Classrooms Cloud staff, the NDT committee and the board of trustees. Also thanks to everyone that made an in-person NDT possible. I really wish Tyler was here and we could, be debating in the big room. But, it's the next best thing, I guess. And really appreciate everyone that's helped out to make this possible. Thank you to all the judges who've, volunteered beyond their commitment, as well as, judged us throughout this tournament and this season. Really appreciate their feedback and helping us get here. I want to thank the tournament hosts at JMU, Jonathan Alger, Mike Davis, Mick Souders, Chaz Witch, Ian Lowry, Abisadai, as well as all the other JMU debaters. I want to thank the Dartmouth alumni who are, always supporting our program. Talked to many this weekend as well. They're always very supportive, sending out a message to us. And thanks to you finally to the Dartmouth administration for their support and making sure we still have a team. I want to thank all our coaches as well. Rom, Devon, Jasmine, Callahan, Scott, as well as coaches from previous years, Kristen Lowe, Johnny Stupek, who were instrumental in helping me get here. I want to thank the seniors that were on the Dartmouth debate team when I came in as a freshman, Duncan McCallum and Joseph Estrada, who are, great at welcoming us and, making us really like the team. I want to thank a couple of the current seniors at Dartmouth who aren't debating this year, Victor Wu, Ali Safiuddin, a couple of my closest friends, love talking to them. Everyone in my class, former and current debaters, Madeline, Hannah, Eric, Sophia, Jonathan Lee, my partner last year, Nick Mancini, one of my best friends. Also want to thank other people on the team, Zoe, Ellie, Dylan, Jenny. I love hanging out with all of you. You all are great. Of course, BC, Holland and Gabe, absolute machines. Incredible 2 first years, getting a first round, getting to the doubles of the NDT, and helping us all throughout this weekend. I really appreciate them, as well as some of the other freshmen at Dartmouth, Ella, Neo, David, Jason. I love getting to know you all as well. Then some of the people from my high school debate journey, all my coaches, Art Delgado, David and Christy Kingston, and Owen McDonald. Really appreciate you all coaching me throughout high school at Blue Valley Northwest. Shrivitz Narayanan, one of my closest friends, really got me into debate. Love talking debate with him still. All my teammates at Blue Valley Northwest, Zaki Mansour, who I debated with my senior year, Lex Barrett, Will Soper, Emma Kingston, Shruti Venkatachalam, Shore Ramanujan, and Mayan Bhagavan. Still talk to most of them. And, you know, loved coaching some of them too at one point. I also want to thank Kansas Debate, both the state of and the University of, for helping shape my debate career, especially to all the lab leaders that I had at the Jayhawk Debate Institute for 3 years. We'd also like to thank our competition all weekend and all year. Michigan, love debating you all and coaching with you all as well at North Broward. Turner deserves his own well, thank you. I came to college debate feeling that I was never going to get better. And, you know, he always believed in me, sat for hours to me talking about everything from psychoanalysis to the deterrence DA. So really appreciate Turner. And then finally, Tyler, thank you for putting up with all my crazy shit. I really wish you were here right now. And we'll be debating together one last time this year. But yeah, one of my closest friends. Love hanging out and talk with him. Love debating with him. And yeah, that said, I will send out the 2AC. Yep, should be sent. Let me know when. Okay, the order is supply chains, green aviation, Death K, Banach counterplan, Delaware counterplan, Solicitor General counterplan, the Axon DA, the OSG decide. Is everyone good to go? The emission turn one, no, like the plan does not end all emissions in the atmosphere. It only stops emissions from airlines that is not sufficient to trigger their interlink. Second, CO2 is always the atmosphere enough to prevent an ice age, but preventing further increase in emissions to the board. Catastrophic warming, chest each while the carbon dioxide of the atmosphere means the next ice age is unlike the first 1,500 years. Gas will occur for next to the world's top emissions to the end of the current. The intergalactic period would occur 1,500 years later. CO2 does not exceed 24 ppm. The current concentration 390 ppm at that level. Increase the volume of ice sheet will not be possible. Global temperature rise should be limited to where the worst affecting climate change. But millions of carbon emissions are putting the planet at risk. 3, no. Food fours less than 18. Little mirror that. A little mirror that food increase the risk of conflict requires people to have what it means to the most unstarvation, not a position to resort to violence to time more conflicts like the land corruption, democratic forms, and the econ research showing the media as to seek resource explanation debates are most complex now. 3, Canada economies now. Long run 21, the Canadian economy was looking expanded by 2.7% of the June business reopened after shutdowns that put to help fight the coronavirus pandemic. Analysts predicated on the third quarter we saw with virus cases generally low across the economies is over in early recovery ground this summer that already the challenges on the horizon. The Quebec secession impact card says nothing, just highlighted like world style, and it says China and Russia. We get new answers when they read an actual impact to this. Yes, warming impact is not gradual or yes, stratospheric aerosolization impact or evidence says it causes widespread instability because the emissions incentivize country to escalate quickly. Their warming defense is not responsive because we did not read an impact to warming. We did not read a terminal impact to warming. We read the impact to stratosphere to aerosolization of the atmosphere. Adaptation is not guaranteed because our evidence says that emissions are increasing now, and switching to LCC carriers is necessary to solve because a shift to more greener emissions to solve extreme more. And yes, energy wars impact. Yes, energy wars impact. Our evidence indicates that energy
energy dependence on the hub and spokes model ensures that it rapidly escalates, incenting countries to escalate now. Yes, disease impact P2P integration is key to stop disease spread because it ensures that airlines are routing in different routes to ensure that the hub and spokes method does not spread diseases across the economy. Now the supply chains advance. Yes, trade impact, it solves war. The relationship is not superior, or Oppenheimer evidence multiple hotspots in this. It is likely to escalate absent airlines being able to ensure the global flow of trade. Yes, supply chain impact or Luna evidence says it would rapidly escalate nuclear war and cause global instability because disruptions cause shortages incentivize people to escalate. Yes, Taiwan invasion or evidence is from 22 and says that Matt doesn't check in China that the conventional nuclear commingling makes it likely the LIO was not resilient. They didn't complete this argument, so we get new answers when they eventually do. Now the Death K1 framework made the plan via consequentials and mosquito fairness preventing absolution 2 permutation do permutation do both 3 no link to 1 see was not a 9-minute rant about deaths or reductionist and link more to invoking death impacts. 4 the alternative cannot solve reductionist or result in people not reading death impacts. 5 discussion of death impacts is good, death is bad, and the alternatives ignore large scale risk in the name of theoretical purity from things like trade. 6 conditionalities a voter makes 2C counterplans makes 2C just has counterplans unstrategic because the counterplan dispo is reciprocal. The advantage counterplan 1 permutation to both 2 permutation to counterplan 3 it links to the net benefit. It takes tons of actions on airlines. All of that would necessarily result in to returns on the case as well. And since the D is below 4 air cargo routes key to supply chain and vaccine distribution speed. Removing trade barriers is not sufficient to solve versus 22 areas. Navigating upward pressure the passenger jet capacity made worse by Omicron consistent guarantee. Complicating air cargo market reps demanding change to vaccine distribution. That means higher risk matching capacity can start supply chains. No lead to safe transfer of medical supplies, vaccines, air cargo recovery. 5 only the plan can solve vaccine leadership. It's key to the post-World War II outer inviting Chinese revisionism. And that's preventing Chinese diplomatic influence to distributing vaccines key. Not defending Taiwan doesn't prevent Dawn because the U.S. would intervene anyway, and U.S. getting more vaccines cannot be done unless we have planes to send it to places to ensure the Chinese cannot gain diplomatic influences in places like the global south. The global south now the Delaware counterplan 1 permutation do both 2 permutation to the counterplan 3 perm plan. The state of Delaware should revoke charters for any corporation that fails to demonstrate periodic consumer welfare benefits. 4 the companies would not comply. They had antitrust immunity. They would not care about the incentives that Delaware gave them. The Delaware gives them because they were maintaining record profits now as a result of their immunity. And a bunch of airlines are not housed in Delaware, so they would not care if the states would get preemptive trick and credits to preclude the antitrust games for regular interest like airlines under state law. Bring 14 pending. That involves approach with regulatory money outside the interest rate covers. An expansion of regulatory immunity credits reach trick the court would not be sympathetic interest cases. The federal state challenge would be subject to regulation by other agencies. 6 that is key to international enforcement. Airline alliances or international agreements that require extraterritorial remedies that Delaware cannot incentivize countries to stop. That's Moss evidence 7. State enforcement overtures and generates uncertainty. Goes to 21. If states national right then the innovation competition will be set for centralized regulators reduce uncertainty due to inconsistency in corporate sitting, better market functioning, ability to reduce litigation will discourage competition and innovation cost competitors to restrict behavior. National reduction in states collective antitrust will naturally decrease litigation with interest which would reduce cost legal fees and restrictive resources. 8 no spillover. Delaware taking action does not incentivize all countries across the continent, all companies across the economy to engage in more CSR, let alone the airlines alone. 9 the existing CSR or other CSR initiatives engaged by companies to solve, and they don't read the terminal impact, just says the word warming once. That is not sufficient to cause an impact. We get new answers. The SG counterplan 1 permutation to both 2 permutation to the counterplan 3. The Solicitor General cannot remove antitrust immunity. They cannot remove antitrust immunity or reduce the scope of it, which means the counterplan solves down to the F4. Binding law is key to certainty in ensuring that companies comply with the plan's prohibitions. Only the plan can incentivize them to reduce anti-competitive harm by changing the scope of the antitrust immunity. 5 DOT is key, using industry-specific agencies' position regulates the industry element. 20 competitive harms to national difficulty regulate the boundaries of the courts office on harm courts are often far more deal to given economic losses is true constructively. Theories of antitrust harm personally favor enforcing antitrust by the courts on validity to reduce harm. DOT may face an uphill battle counter the competitive harm is supplied by how companies courts are hostile economic arguments. 6 antitrust remedies are key. Lays are 18 challenges designed to remedy difficult traditional remedy using other second issues various entry fees traffic is critical airlines should be required to offer non-licensed order to interline free fly programs good efficient cost which costs for entry airlines should be open the FFP scale does give a bargaining for supplies important to continue manipulation DPT enforce such a perfect DOJ FCC to connect reviews of community 5 your time to determine efficiency and the maximization analyze the anti-competitive facts foreclosure. 7 periodic immunities is key. Incentivizes joint ventures to demonstrate pro-competitive benefits. Let's 18 DOT really immunizes ventures encourage airlines that fully cooperate because airlines would have a greater incentive, greater efficiency, past benefits. If periodically approved, it was actually produced rather than safety certainty would materialize to extend ATI. The return to CWs and airlines, the key to certainty and clarity, and the return force the key to open skies and airspace. Liberalization, deputy 18 massive merger reduced competition to the UJ. The usual reveal of market power merger and interest adjudication result in consumer harm use to price on 100 airline competition is also enabled airline competitive price and capacity for enhanced competition is open test or competitive interest anti-competitive interest immunity exists. This could run for ownership restrictions, statutory prohibitions for for the UCC is using interest immunity to allow carriers to violate the interest laws also reach statutory for ownership and calculate prohibitions for sharing interest immunity is also troublesome. Solves hostile escalation from blurred lines across the United States, shift to whatever is on nationalism and geo air transport course of diplomacy involving civil aviation conflicts, Crimean Peninsula, Taiwan, Australia, the repetition of airspace, airspace control, the withdrawal of traffic for designated airline measures aimed at seizing control to search civil aviation use as tool that create new hazards and threaten warfare. The Axon just had one no link. The plan is not the FTC. Their links are to FTC rulemaking, none of which is engaged by the plan. It just has the DOT reduce antitrust immunities to dump into the status quo. Bedoya reconfirms that drives the slew of new enforcement of on 330 Biden's nominees as step closer to confirmation. Bedoya is a keeps procedural what Bedoya was the FTC ramps of enforcement on all of them cyber privacy to issue. Bedoya would give Democrats a voting majority 3, no spillover. 1 antitrust action by the FTC would not spill over to undermining all of the administrative state. 4, the administrative state is dead now. The 6-3 conservative court is the final nails in the coffin. Yellow belly on 20 Chevron. It could be the final theme of Biden's first term. The 60 court. Slated to away. Chevron is a bigger challenge. Chevron like to be front. Instead of rule the Chevron does not apply. The question would deep significance of the majority is killing Chevron through issues by taking an extremely narrow view and kill the doctrine by narrowing it under that would accelerate Gorsuch announced it. Kavanaugh has criticized Chevron. The OSG just had one no link. No one would have to sue after the plan. The plan just reduces the scope of immunities of which airlines would come into compliance, which means there is no action necessitated by the OSG. At least are 18 to join. Measures among the laws of words for the mission efficiency theoretical cost saving would not be definitely demonstrated. It is unlikely pro-gender would demonstrate upfront efficiency that should favor PR to conduce anti-grant such. Would example theoretical cost savings materialize with the experts exercise is theoretical. 2, the DOT does the plan. That means that there's no link to the OSG's trade-off. 3, issues are compartmentalized. The OSG would manage its resources such as to ensure that its priorities are solved. 4, the case turns the DA. Air cargo routing, vaccine distribution, and rapid air travel are more important to the economy than anything the OSG engages in. The plan signal of coming benefits outweighs. 5, recession coming now. Too many all causes. Rebel 14 through the outlook for the economy is darker. 3, factor risk of recession go COVID. And then China will stress if supply chain measures force to spend operation bottlenecks drive against enterprises even transfer rising prices for other commodities. Russia Ukraine supply a third of the wheat exports. Fed efforts to tamp down inflation ended with plunging into recession. The Fed is being pulled in the conflicting direction. Recession links are piling up. Plan sunsets says the president for broader democratic oversight of antitrust fin. Says the cost improve oversight. The impetus will improve democratic accountability. Says the costs improve public policy by increasing opportunities to live decision making. Says that costs to promote oversight. Says it's going to encourage policy innovation by creating incentive for policy implementation and assessment. There are information distributed provides winners opportunity to incorporate greater information by redistributing audition costs, delaying costs to another time. Key to LIO extinction, cedar armament, international engagement, on enforcing international transparency, international institutions, not include policies undermine economic democracy, home democracy. We are stronger than his nationals, oligarchy, like Hungary, Turkey. No longer robust, liberal democracy. Russia will make it hard for NATO to defend the democratic foundations of other members. Central of our alliances will defend democracy. Works against the extension of hacking, election, vulnerability, disinformation, cyber warfare, new alliances, democracy, and alliance. Would also focus on deepening economic cooperation to build economic power. The alliance's international agenda should be to expand economic democracy, enforcement, antitrust, and development report and corporate democracy. FTC rulemaking thumbs all the DA's commonly 23. The FTC will not consider under rule because the creating rulemaking move these. Allow the FTC increase the pace of rulemaking. The card at the pace of rulemaking.
You good, Arvin?
1 sec. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Delaware counterplan, perm to the counterplan, please explain.
Are you really going to cross-ex me about this?
Yep. All right. Okay. I don't have to answer that. I don't have to answer it.
It could be a potential implementation of the plan. It's on you to demonstrate the counterplan.
Okay. Fair enough. Why or where are a bunch of the airlines housed? If not,
where are they housed?
Yeah. Do you have a card that substantiates where any of they are?
So subpoint A, like a lot of these airline companies are international, so they have hubs in places that are not just the United States.
Okay, where are they
subpoint
incorporated?
B, the largest. I mean, I don't know where every single one of them is incorporated.
Do you have any card that establishes at any point where any of these companies are located?
Well, I think our 1AC Moss piece of evidence, the first card in the 1AC, establishes that there are 26 airline alliances. Not all of them are in Delaware. There's no way that Delaware.
Where else are they?
Where else? Well, I mean, Chicago, Atlanta, all big alliance hubs. Likely that many of them are incorporated there.
Do you have a percentage of how many there are?
Do I have an exact percentage? No,
estimate.
I don't think I can give.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't think that's relevant.
Yeah.
I think demonstrating that Delaware's does not have jurisdiction over all the.
The democracy add-on. How do you solve this? So many alt causes, gerrymandering, racism. How does the plan solve those things that solve democracy?
Well,
Ukraine
so
invasion?
our fin evidence says it reinvigorates democratic oversight over policy implementation, which our Sitaraman evidence impacts out.
Why is that not
necessary for democracy?
Why is that not the SQO?
Why is it not the SQO?
Why is democratic oversight
because we are not using sunset clauses, which our fin evidence is indicates is essential to democratic oversight.
Okay, your argument is that we've never used a sunset clause before and we aren't using it. Okay, that's fair. Axon, who enforces the plan?
Who enforces the plan? Well, we think that the DOT would reduce the scope of the immunity, and we don't think suits would have to be brought after the plan.
Explain that. Why is that the case?
So currently, public interest standard says this set of practices is fine by airlines. Plan says consumer welfare standard.
the scope of the immunity is reduced. All the companies that currently have antitrust immunity would come into compliance with the new consumer benefits tests. So all the immunities would remain on the books. The plan would not remove any immunity. No antitrust suits would be brought.
Okay, sweet. The SG counterplan, binding law key, you didn't really make a warrant. What's the warrant for that?
Certainty as well as, well, the certainty warrant, there's a couple.
What about
So
the counterplan?
first
What about the counterplan is uncertain?
The counterplan is not binding law, so that means that
so
all the alliance carriers think the immunity is still on the books. Because of that, they will not come into compliance with the consumer benefits test that the plan establishes.
And that
we also read an add-on about certainty.
Okay, and the card you're going to hand the judges that says that is what? That the antitrust immunity is on the books. Everyone's freaked out. What's the card?
I think plenty of our 1AC evidence establishes that immunities are a key issue, and I also think that our add-on is pretty clear on certainty is key.
Fair enough.
9-12, starting as soon as we mute.
Okay, 350. I'm going to put that on the email chain. Okay, do we have everyone? Sean, are you there? Okay. Before I begin, I also have a few people that I'd like to thank, like Gio and Dartmouth as well. I'd like to thank the tournament staff and everyone involved in making the NDT happen. I'm sure we're all grateful to be able to be having these debates, be they as they may on Zoom. So that includes the NDT director, Dr. Sarah Partlow, the James Madison University for hosting the tournament, Chief of Staff Mike Davis, Gary Larson, who ran TAB, the National Debate Tournament Board of Directors, and everyone who helped in the NDT process in any way. I'd also like to thank the University of Michigan and the Michigan debate alums that made it possible for us to be here representing Michigan in the final round, and for all the support that we received from them. So that includes our University of Michigan administrators, President Mary Sue Coleman, and Vice President of Student Life, Martino Harmon, as well as the Dean of Students, Dr. Laura and Blake Jones. Before I go any further and before I forget, I want to thank Gio. I forgot to thank him last year, embarrassingly enough. And, I don't think that mistake can be emphasized because, Gio really is an incredible debate partner. And more than that, he's a friend. I've never had nearly as much fun than as debating with Gio. This guy is so funny. Prep time, jokes, always just constantly laughing, coming up with creative stuff, just super amazing presence. There's no one I'd rather have. Blazing fast, 1 ARs, 1 ACs, getting through 1 million off, telling me to put a bunch of Ks in the 1 and C no matter who we're debating. It's been an amazing year, and I'm glad to have debated with Gio throughout it. I'd also like to thank the Michigan coaching staff. So Aaron Call, our director of debate, Kurt Fafelsky, Kevin Hearn, Val McIntosh, DML, Gabe, Jacob Goldschlag, Nate, Joe Krakoff, and Brandon, who's also my roommate for 2 years. Our friends and teammates that have been helping us throughout the weekend, bringing us food, cutting us cards, prepping together at late nights in the hotel lobby. Kelley Phil and Kelley School Karis from Michigan PS, Ben McGraw and Josh Harrington from Michigan HM, Ethan and Jeremy from Michigan MM. All of them have made the team so much funner this year, and have been such a joy to work with. Like Tyler, I'd also like to thank Ani. Ani also, he taught me debate at high school, and it was a privilege to have worked with him. He's also one of the smartest people that I know. Every time I've had the chance to give a thank you speech, I've always mentioned that I really don't think that I would be here without the people who taught me debate from the beginning, and Ani is one of those people. And lastly, of course, I'd like to thank my family and all my loved ones. They've been incredibly supportive. They're always understanding about tournaments. They're totally willing to put up with the fact that I use debate language in normal conversations all the time, and answer what do you want for dinner with perm, or say topicality when it doesn't make sense. They've been wonderful, and I'm super excited to get back to them after we wrap up today. Okay, with that in mind, I will send the 2NC, and we will get started. Okay, it should be sent. The order is the advantage counterplan, the green aviation advantage, the supply chains advantage.
One more time for Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see the chat. Advantage counterplan, green aviation advantage, supply chains advantage. Okay. Does everyone have the doc? And is everyone ready for me to start in a few seconds? All right. Sounds good. It solves the case case of climate change or expanding antitrust law, other internal links are strung together with massive disconnects. Use sufficiency framing of the 1 yard must quantify each deficit and tie it to a piece of evidence by name. The counterpoint is good enough, even if the plan is better. Permutation do both. It links, it solves climate change, and uses antitrust law implicating your DA. Perm do counterpoint severs almost every topical burden voting issue for net ground and class. They say links to net benefit clearly does not use antitrust involving the antitrust actor or reduce emissions. They say air cargo is key. Whoops, you zeroed the case. 2ACF 1-3. Despite this, air cargo emerged from the pandemic even stronger and more agile than before. They also dropped our card, which is recut from their 1AC Lin evidence that says Brazilians and diversification measures are enough to solve. It literally says all we need to do is not have any more protectionist policies. They say we can't counter China. We solved the impact by not defending Taiwan. They just asserted we wouldn't. We would because we durably fiat it. We also purchase and sell more vaccines. The gov can do it by itself. We nationalize the non-compliant parties. They dropped the LIO plank through Oppenheimer and 2AC impact evidence for solvency advocates because they list alt causes in a terminal, which the plan doesn't change. I'm adding a few planks to solve their scenarios for the add-on. Strengthen democracy, promotion, abolish gerrymandering, and conservative view for non-airline immunities, refrain from engaging in aerospace closures or no-fly zones, particularly in Eastern Europe or Asia. It's obviously sufficient. Their evidence generic. And out about the plan, 2C counterpoints versus new apps are good. Otherwise, they have incentives to sandbag all of their 2EC offense and rejecting them as arbitrary because they won't do so in the 2NR. The green aviation advantage. Asian food crisis outweighs demand is soaring population growth that new external suppliers, shocks, cause political unrest, civil wars, terrorism, and interstate wars for grab supply that goes global, triggering World War III. That again instantly goes nuclear. Says XP2, the UK, India, Pakistan, arsenals, road stabilization. Now pacing arms, Asia has become the main locus of major power competition. Second, nuclear age lines become blurred. Given us de-escalate Japan and Korea proliferate nuclear flashpoints challenge strategic stability. It turns the environment. Meyer 3.9 nuclear winter in the short term would destroy ozone layer. And if several years of gas and diesel operations fall, permanent consequence of climate would be even worse. Also true of society trying to develop fossil power deconstruction. Very likely the roads be poor and fossil reserves the easiest to locate. Renewables depend on the peace, all in climate is luxury of planet at peace. Even absent conflict, famine causes state failures that cascade. Extinction for 21. The study focuses on regional scales, primarily in Asia. The conflict macrodomesticity can exacerbate institutional fragility, immigration pressures, destination, social unrest, societal collapse that cascades internationally with consequences for existential security. Drop down to their food. It's not about Asia, which is uniquely crisis prone because of large populations, relatively high social unrest, civil instability, and terrorism. It also doesn't assume future booming populations, which outstrip supply, absent new exporters. Even minor shocks cause nuke war and extinction via resilience. Collapse 4.2 20. Food crises initiate instability, increasing conflict. Minor shocks have severe consequences, causing instability across the world. 800 million in extreme poverty, million instability, and so dangerous and conscious WMD weapons could end up in a group that intends to use them maliciously. Food insecurity is a catastrophic risk, increasing likelihood of nuclear war, decreasing resilience. Even if no catastrophe results, hundreds of millions die. Rigorous empirical studies confirm Corin 16 are hormonal support. The relationship between the food and conflict risk increases where supplies are scarce. Amount of research, food conserving media factor studies support that access and availability are each associated with conflict. Past exposition or insufficient percent. The study confirms there exists a systematic and global relationship between food and then conflict. All models show a significant range of 92% in probability. Their next argument is no link. Go fuck. Cross-check several times. They committed both to global emissions reductions. They said they mainstream green tech and there are other internal links based on their hub and spokes models. Their evidence also says this, and all of our impact turns are generally about increasing emissions, which means we still access this heavily air negative. This is the worst form of cowardice in the finals of the NDT, and it is their fault for not preparing the impacts to the new affirmative. We'll concede existing CO2 solves ice age, not going for a defense will be down below, but the Canada impact outweighs. The 1NC card was not word salad. It was warranted economic decline causes Quebec's secession, which ignites World War III. They'll align with Russia and China, and the US will be drawn in, causing great power war. Matthews says Canada will invoke Article 5, but France says no. That's what's NATO extinction, budgeting 19 native crops with amplify population movements, consequences, renationalizing it. Europe alliances and Asia be shaken to their core. And China from the SES and Taiwan. Final impact could be collapse, liberal order of life will be more dangerous. There's so much to lose. That card also says it turns LIO. Russia, China, and Iran will use distractions to escalate World War III. Probably 19 crises would bring wider global conflicts, flashpoints for World War III. Iran supports proxies in Gaza. Israel might engage broader strikes, conflicts threaten oil, tempting US, Russia to intervene. US-China relations stand precarious. G have incentives for escalation in the south or east China seas. China, Iran, or Russia may feel compelled friction could spark for the next war. Secession causes fall on separatism globally. Extinction, Velasquez 14, Quebec may organize course K to Libre Day follows suit with provinces like Canada may end subsidies of separatists if you move from 200 countries to 1,000 fragmented, competing for favors. Governments can all cope with pandemics, warring terrorism, then regulate finance and use in microstates from the separatist wave would be less capable of balkanization, less Second World War, and separatism increase the probability of a third one. They say Canadian growth is high now. Their card is off for scenarios about Canadian stagnation, eventually causing Quebec to secede. Once the economic gains run out, it's locked into slow development unless there's rapid climate change that causes huge upswing from freshwater monetization, new shipping routes in the Arctic, and ideal mild climates when other countries are scored, such as Bicky. Tourism, shipping, and infrastructure will nearly triple their income. Former 20 year country stands to gain more from climate than Canada. Canada's income could slow by 247%. Tourism expanded, growing reduced infrastructure costs, and increased shipping as Arctic ice dwindles will contribute to meteoric rise. Agricultural gains make them a superpower. Mercari 16 back on that can be dramatic. Canada's climate now limits growing, warming unfold 10% and expand massively. If warming becomes reality, vast territory can become more desirable. Embracing warming could transform Canada into one of the world's great nations. If warming is here to stay, could allow us to remain dynamic. Now the defense, massive framing issue for the 1AR. The 2AC was some of the worst warming caused extinction extension I have seen in a long time. There was no appeal to scientific consensus, no indict of 1NC evidence. They literally just said things like emissions emissions, incentivize countries to escalate, no new warrants, scratch new cards, scratch new arguments. This is the finals of the NDT. Warming is gradual, models are way off. Hindcasting shows changes far slower than forecast. Inflationist predictions failed for decades. Worst case won't happen for centuries. Cushioned by inevitable mitigation. That's great. The evidence is cherry-picked anecdotes or predicted models off by several orders of magnitude. Cycle 21 and cherry-pick analysis activists found their alarmist and frightening predictions. Yet there's little evidence to support claims. There's no trend in hot days or reconstruction of temperatures over 1 million years. So nothing unusual. Arctic sea ice is still climbing well in time. Nordic sea ice has been growing. Global sea ice remain constant. Dire predictions are generated by models driven by highly complex assumptions. Notorious for failing during all periods of temperatures lie the 2.5 percentile. All models overstate trends by a factor of 2 to 3 per record. And this exacerbated by tendencies to seem unrealistic increases in average increases over 5 times annual, borderline impossible. Existential warming is the worst case that scientists think is highly unlikely, and every model is ruined by upward bias. Grade 21 catastrophe rests heavily on models, but these models are strong exaggeration. Models overshoot 5 times generation after generation to too much surface and tropospheric warming. In addition to grossly exaggerated forecasting discrepancies where not warming, strong upward bias compromises models forecasting. IPCC wide range makes them almost meaningless. Worst case scenarios uses business as usual. RCP 8.5 assumes ominous reversals, amazing long extending trends, population growth, slow tech, coal increases, slow growth, flash poverty, high energy emissions. Temp 5C, a whole wave of literature presented this as likely misleading. They will say their stuff is distinct because it's a type of emissions. There's no differentiation. There were no warrants for why that's distinct from general heating, how it affects the atmosphere, etc. The internal links to extinction are all the same. There's no scenario even 20 degrees leaves life intact. Food will still grow, land survives, sea rises, species adapt in coastal and elevated areas. They're cool enough for civilization. That's or the risk is 1 in 1,000, not for millennia. So intervening actors check for 20. There's a 1 in 1,000 chance of climate being existential in all scenarios. The increase is negligible. It would take millennia enough time to adapt, mitigate the effects. Species adapted to much higher change in the past. Pathology is just the cause of extinctions were eruption rather than CO2, sea level rise, for 1 meter can manage yields increase thanks to technology. Climate refuges are survivable even in global collapse. Plus 21 Neanderthals disappearing do not equal human extinction. Humans survived in the past of all over the world. Highly adaptable island countries, including New Zealand and Ireland, remain habitable thanks to cool temperatures, low variability, and factors that make them more realistic. Even if triggers a global collapse, humans will be able to keep going. That is also true for their disease scenario. Or 1 in C evidence indicates the likelihood is incredibly minuscule. There are natural checks like the contravention of lethality and virulence, as well as the propensity for humans to be genetically diverse. There's no scenario for it. Burn at 21. There's no evidence these are expanding as the earth warmed. Vast literature fails anything to warming and disease. Vector-borne and grossly overstated malaria covered 50%, around 900, but only 30% by OTS, and claims rising temperatures have led to increases are at odds with observed trends. Emphasis on warming is parameters indefensible. It stops disease. World 20. Stop pushing falsehood that disease more kind of live during the ice age. Malaria is endemic. Mosquitoes needed a few weeks. Cause thriving cold climates. Carrying pathogens. COVID prefers cold, dry weather. High humidity drags fire on site. Reducing transmission. Humidity matters when the lower air is drier. It makes aerospace smaller. When you see aerosols suspended that longer, that increases the exposure. We need the hot weather. Bring on the warming. The last thing is the scenario for climate wars. That's wrong. Our 1 in C evidence indicates that there's no incentive because people cooperate during times of I don't really want to say that. Our card just says it doesn't cause wars. Adaptation is sufficient. Intervening actors check. This is the consensus at bomb 21. Myth extinction of climate. Even scientists most concerned being that man and superstar where there's no evidence of climate scenarios that would render humans extinct. And all the bullshit. Virtually no scientist who believes it, and there's no science to support the idea that humans will go extinct now. The supply chain's advantage. There's no supply crisis. Or 1 in C evidence indicates that it is sufficiently stable, even if there are some delays. Countries expect their products eventually, so they have incentive not to escalate because they know that would make things worse and cause tit for tat retaliation. There's no crisis now. Clayton 118. The supply chain disruption is abating. Taiwan's exports increase dramatically due to surge in semiconductors. There has been a decline in cost of shipping. Manufacturers are able to meet the strong demand for goods will decelerate. We have seen decline in spending. Advanced economies experience penny of the market fiscal policy, the likely result of being weaker demand. Their Oppenheimer evidence zeros the case. This was the quote from Crossix. There are structural factors they don't reverse, like Japanese export controls, U.S. tariffs that are still in the books, and it explicitly says these things can't be changed. Trade is irrelevant. Saturday 20 openness improves the ability to obtain credit, minimize cost. MID market is not shaken by conflict, able to handle any risk. Government print MID can get more credit than conflict credit. And be cheaper in a world with high trade levels. Mobility makes sanctions less effective as firms can evade sanctions. Not effective in presenting Chinese and Libyan Russians in Russia, in Iran, and Libya. There's no scenario for Taiwan war. Military deterrence is sufficient because China fears the U.S. alliance umbrella. There are also cultural and economic ties that are melting against it now because they're tourists and are dependent on Taiwan for good relations. No Taiwan war, even if they believe they have an advantage, cost them 20 balance of power sitting towards China. However, invasion remains unlikely. Numerous factors, including unwelcoming geography and climate, difficulties of amphibious landing, the U.S. for intervention in Japan, other options to be less risky. Even if Hong Kong illustrated local resistance to PLA is untested, China's history stretch. It is unsurprising Beijing is pursuing hybrid warfare than military actions. No shock to solve the overall LIO. The structural causes explained above, as well as every other country that is outside airline alliances. It's resilient, but they're all causes. First 19 the LIO will endure in the third decade. Democracies won't give up reinventing the grassroots most unlikely places. The idea remains ever replenishing that scientists long quotas get stronger. The more income education increases, the economy is undergoing stress, surviving attack complexities of integrated economy and supply chains too much to undo. The system is software day during the quarter century markets collapse. The economy remain intact. Terrorists and struck major capable. A clash of civ hasn't ensued. U.S. and China bricker are still doing business. Dead wrong. The system will fall back.
Okay, are you good?
Yes.
Can you coherently explain how reducing airline emissions prevents global warming, gets us to carbon zero?
No. You said that you did.
We
I asked
didn't.
how
We
you
didn't read a
saw. I
warming
said
impact.
emissions in 1EC cross-sex.
And we said that
emissions.
LCCs emit less emissions compared to alliance carriers. I want you to explain to me why that resolves
All of
Chinese
our evidence
emissions,
is about a
fossil fuel
substantial
dependence.
decrease in emissions.
No, it's not. All your evidence
it
is
is.
getting to carbon zero, preventing.
No,
Okay,
I
what
really
is
don't
it?
think it
What
is.
is it?
It's not
Okay,
no
what is the
warming,
threshold?
It's fast
What is
warming
it?
good.
What is the threshold then for the amount of emissions necessary to trigger your impact?
It's linear. More emissions are better both for Canadian growth and for the Siberian breadbasket.
Siberian breadbasket. Okay.
Mhm.
I want to ask about now your ag impact card. Sussex card says that India and Pakistan have tensions. There's failing arms control in South Asia. Why are these not alt causes to your terminal
So
impact?
those are reasons that if the countries were to become aggressive, the conflict would rapidly spiral into nuclear use because there are no checks.
Right, but
on
that says
escalation.
that's because of tensions related to the relationship between those countries. Why would global
Those
warming?
tensions are why conflict escalates. That card doesn't say it's going nuclear now. It says there's a high propensity for escalation to cross the conventional nuclear threshold.
It says there's high propensity for
Yes, which is
escalation
set
because of
off by a
failings
food
arm-
war.
What evidence do you think that ties this and reducing emissions?
Our 1C evidence explicitly says that Siberia is critical to stabilize food supply in East Asia. That is relevant for a slew of actors that have
Food
no
supply
other
in
major
East
expertise to fill
Asia,
in.
you read impacts about South Asia. What is that? What is the relation between Siberia and your South Asia?
Exports.
What
This is
card
also
do you
just
think
not a
you have for
2AC argument. You read
exports?
one shit Food Wars card, then moved on.
This was a 2AC argument. You should
Uh-huh,
flow.
okay.
But next, the Canada scenario. You
Yep.
read a card that's like NATO's collapse would be bad, would cause the renationalization of Europe. What is your internal link to resolving this?
The reason that NATO collapses is because Canada invokes Article 5, but France says no. That's in our 1C impact card.
This is not what yes, but this Benedict card
That
you
splits
read
NATO.
says that your Benedict card says that populist movements now are going to cause
I just don't think
renationalization
it
of
says that.
Europe.
You're just asserting cards of this says populist movements nowhere. You
Dude,
just
these
threw
are
that word
things
in.
you highlight.
Okay,
Quote,
actually, fair enough.
NATO's
It does say
like,
populist movements.
It's the first line
No,
of your
that's fair,
card.
but it's not saying they're breaking NATO down now. It just says that it would be bad if they did.
Okay, this card also said it would be the collapse of the liberal order. You said on the other page that there are all causes of the liberal order. Can you reconcile this?
Well, NATO independently stops extinction. You can concede general LIO defense if you want to.
Why does NATO stop extinction?
Deterrence.
Deterrence, of which you've had not a single card for, if I'm correct.
No, I mean, I don't know. I think this card is good. It says alliances be shaken to their core, collapses stability. I mean, you can read NATO D, but I think it's solid for now.
On our set. Axon, Delaware, Death Cult, the Solicitor General counterplan, the Solicitor General DA. Axon DA, Delaware, Death Cult, the SG counterplan, the OSG DA. We all good? Got it. Sweet.
Wait, I haven't gotten it yet.
Sorry. I did. Okay. I sent it. I'm sorry. Boom. We good, Arvin? Okay, sweet. Time?
Yeah.
The Axon DA going for casinos over the admin seat is dead often so what kind of play concede permutation that's the competition theory is a reason to reject the argument that's the team concede a death cult concede perm the same theories to reject the argument that's the team condo we get what we did it's new one black as a block 2 F changed to 2 which cars multiple options say current sandbagging which undermines class seconds flexibility testing transitional unpredictable advantages add-ons and deficit third arbitrariness no objective difference between separating models and no basis for condo theory at all for innovation risk conversion means CMC to fall back experiment or negative reactive to AR and after a second found us at the NDT and they broke new the SG counterplane the plan cannot include a CBSG one normally means the standard approach to the pushing the merits not a comparative error CBSG so it doesn't avoid the DA second is new uniqueness to plan must deviate because there's no push for legal change now, and the only way it could occur is with an aggressive advocate. The most logical explanation requires the liberal executive to lobby the conservative court. Third, theoretically, if requires fixed quality and certainly occurs in his immediate key to ground. Otherwise, no D is for topical manner resolved. Means certain rows need 21 free from uncertainty settle substantially immediate wars in 64. Real present time 5, not them. Even if the app could include a CVSG, this one doesn't. They didn't specify it in the plan. Waiting makes them try to be impossible and conditional. A shift skill, a clash. Their add-on is terrible. Their CVS card doesn't explain a spillover at all. We've got defense to Taiwan, which is the only scenario for civil aviation, and there's no scenario for complex and slow. And intervening actors tax not going for the counterpoint portion, so it could be permutation about the DA at the top. It outweighs. They did not read any defense to econ collapse. You know it caused extinction. I'm not going to read any more cards here. It's the NDT. Hold the line. U.S. coverage caps geopolitical crisis, destroying Russian and Chinese assertiveness. It caused nuclear war. Latin America, Asia, Africa, all erupt independently. Competitive disciplines, attack arms race, hypersonic orbital autonomous weapons. Also, growth solves the case. The U.S. will manage conflicts with sanctions after she says they only get answers to turn case argument to client towards these topics. Their 9 cities may become comment as a turn about or say a public health system creating environmental conditions produced spread by insects or animals. To AC1 no link the plan shows the OSG effectiveness. The only way interest expands is the Solicitor General lobbies for change and defends against a challenge that requires advocacy of merits to discharge your amicus, making it clear the office is acting on the behalf of the administration that deletes capital for future cases. All interest runs to the OSG. Car 12 SG has marked the dependent shield for political pressures. The SG build capital is seen as simply representing the president opposed to independent judgment capital and to an authority to administer FTC and DOJ enforce sanctions line the SG crucial litigation assure agency not deviate from prior space telling through reserve law SG significantly impact policy, an important method in the CVSG to advise while ordinarily SG represents an interest of the government when CVSG SG acts as an officer of the court, providing best judgment. The plan's non-judicial actions that's the first agenda. First, requiring the OSG to align with the predetermined policy and lobby on its behalf that undercuts credit because it's expected to be neutral and prioritize abstract interests of the law. President 15, presidents are not free to use OSG to do their bidding. Courts expect CVSG to act as attorney for us, the U.S. rather than the particular president to push for agenda. Happy to pick battles. It is a finite CVSG has to put a partnership aside because government is not a party because FGT is free to advocate without cost. They allow the SDG to take positions in the other cases and infuse politics a free opportunity to shape policy best for influence. OSG involvement occurs through 2 methods: a mandatory amicus at the petitioning stage or discrediting intervention when arguing the merits. The plan is the latter. Press all sex OGC assumes full control of judicial policy. Amicus provides no opportunity to expand issue. One is a CBHG in this instance. Court formally invites use at least for a previous opportunity to push the agenda, never voluntarily or only when the court invites at merits. FGT have to argue for statutory and take care of the amendment views. All amicari are equal, divided into 2 categories: discretionary and invited. CBHG is an order initiated cases fulfilled a term. First in these, SG is not an agent but advisor justice expected a neutral review by an addition of whiteness briefs to the appearance of partiality because SG chooses a voluntary. CBHG generates a goodwill that can be ordered against voluntary briefs. Further, their admin views discretionary briefs agenda cases for their executive plan would be a mistake to fail in too many OSGs to balance admin with the necessity of satisfying the court, a difficult task. They say the DOT does the plan. The plan requires the Solicitor General 1 normal means, Court A10, in civil cases that present non-constitutional issues. Actually, amicus has become abrasive, particularly where interpretive of statute is just areas such as antitrust routinely drawn in the 5 and the SG to present perspective to present perspective. Second is litigation. Durable fear requires OSG to on behalf of enforce Article 12 as SG is responsible for coordinating litigation of an event agency to determine the United States' position on laws, and the SG is responsible for any and all actions before the court, even if it still links bypassing the OSG, cuts it off the process, taking credit. R12, FTC and DOJ enforce interest admin as efforts independent of litigators or court's favor of decentralized litigation. The OSG ability of the SG to be keenly attuned stems from the places replay of the number of cases involved diminishing too many or outside domains. Ability would be hampered. Independent authority would dilute the SG. They say to AC3 issues compartmentalized issues. It's wrong. It spills over to carbon pricing. Credit is interconnected. As a repeat player, the same person represents the government on multiple issues. CC capital intensive. So the SG must battle conservative judges to win cases. Conflict 1 case affects future success. Also 15 success in SG cases is a Jenga 1 case spilled over to other areas. Complications come in interrelationship affects cross boundaries between issues like a spider web or a Jenga of 1 push trigger for a serious response to someone foreseen like a loose thread. If the court pulls out, unravels other parts of the complex, this repeat player cases creates the judicial equivalent of a virus that affects others. Case does not turn the DA. It's not about business confidence. It's Solicitor General PC, and they've dropped the internal link. They say recession now. That's wrong. Wilson 314. A few economists started warning of the recession soon. Leading indicators green. Indicators green indicates includes sentiment strength 1 to be continued with into the spring. A strong CC stops economic collapse. They dropped stranded assets transitioning for fossil fuels inevitable and pricing integrates sustainability to calculations which solves economic decline. 218 number 5, the democracy thing. They don't solve it. There's so many all causes. The plan doesn't spill over. Their evidence is terrible, but our impact on democracy. Pattern 21. Growth is tolerant, enhances social mobility, increases government to democratic ideals and institutions. The economy shrink people to trust into democracy. Stagnation, brief authoritarianism, direction drove nationalism and fascist dictators. Stagnation and decline. A democracy are stronger link. The FTC rulemaking thumps card is wrong. They've dropped the capital is strong enough to win now. One, it's issue 6. They're conceding the social cost of carbon is prioritizing it. They're prioritizing it out. Prices it in other issues. They just have enough to hang on, but the plan's a bridge too far. Antitrust now is irrelevant. The vast majority is the agency only that doesn't change law and requires zero SG involvement because it's not litigated or is the standard that the government's position is already known. They'll intervene when there are prior judicial support. Element 13 SG speaks up for the procedure. Seems like the office will not hesitate to file a brief welcome by the court. The court SG takes into account political resources and as incentives not excessively file unless the rep to appreciate in the eyes of the court. Third, expanded scope requires novel arguments. Chamber 88 rep 4 only reasonable arguments give the credibility agencies contentious for favorable to practices might undermine credibility. SG who resist expensive argument maximize ability to represent a number overextended a time. A novel doctrine require making arguments are more innovative than wise. Government has the only so much capital. The Oshi is going slow. Walton 21. Progress one with a shrug. 10 to cyber corporations. SG has shown the hesitancy to act with urgency to act on values recused from him from the VRAN infection based on normal processes. Your input was allowed to expire. DOJ is continuing status quo policy, failing to push transformational change.
All right, did someone write down how much prep we had?
Yes, I wrote it down. Let me check. I had 404, if that sounds right to you all. Okay, cool.
$219. Do we have BK and Sean? BK, are you there? Order is going to be the supply chains advantage, green aviation advantage, the advantage counterplan, and then the solicitor general DA. Does anyone need that repeated?
I don't need it repeated, but I'm still waiting on the doc. So just give me a
I should
second.
send that. I forgot to hit send. It is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll let you know when I get it.
Yep. Order of the off case is advantage counterplan, then the solicitor general DA.
I'm still waiting on it, but I'll let you know. Okay.
All right. Is anyone not ready? All right.
Yes, supply crisis. Your evidence is a snapshot of current supply routes. Now, evidence is the capacity is constrained now due to downside airlines, which are predicted claim. Post states your evidence. Oppenheimer does not serve the case. Bill whole overwhelmingly establishes the plan as being critical to secure 35% global trade. Japanese export controls are a best of small fraction. U.S. tariffs large speed after Biden. Even if evidence prices in a claim the airline inclusion will cause future trade to decline. Yes, Taiwan war does not assume vaccine diplomacy and relate McDonald's of a future competition be determined by relative success of vaccine distribution strategies. Taiwan war does escalate given national systems among the CCP to preemptively escalate blur the nuclear control fire break. That's Milwaukee Evans green aviation turn 2C. No link. The plan obviously does not stop warming your end all global emissions. We made a very critical claim about the aviation industry producing stratosphere aerosolization that independently causes extinctions, minimal defense of that. And they have no link card. This is the plan reverse causally solves global warming. Every other country's emissions obvious all cause failing commitments between 21 governments are failing to meet climate failure goals. For other policies will come to close to Paris population, which reduce 23 emission by 45% 20 levels, 35% actual discovery return countries will deliver a reduction 45% by 2030. China all cause clear 21. Investors that put the US track to net zero will not be sufficient. Other countries have to join because the US creates 50% emissions. While China's largest emitter, we lower Washington power to begin an antagonistic stance. It's an impediment by cascade. Beijing for alliance and cold access to making back to China self-defeating. It's a system pulling China will ensure he gets it wrong. The cross-section out wet as anything. We said the plan reduces stratospheric aerosolization, ozone emissions. You need to explain how that would spill over to solve every all cause of climate change. Turn the environment does not work on time frame. They do win a nuclear war impact first. You should assess based on cumulative probably eventual links applies to DA as well. None of their impact applies to that. Impact just indicts warming. The abstract does not answer ozone depletion impacts for stratospheric aerosolization. Our evidence is establish a scientific consensus that we see establish the only argument we need to go for, which is that they're going for impact turn about a link or responsive impact defense, forming out ways that turns their impacts price on 20 excess races different to regular hazard. And climate change is already driving the declining extinction of species across the planet. Food, water, weather are increasing threat to human survival. Climate is an extra risk multiplier. And influence of the threats to human survival. Food, water, ensuring nuclear wars, extinction highlights interconnect. This is unlike an extinction result from a single calamity collapse by interwoven. The fact of stratospheric aerosolization causes societal collapse, affects agriculture systems, which turns that impact fraying infrastructure, sparks nuclear conflicts, as well as disease vectors that are all independent scenarios for extinction. Even if literal emissions do not cause extinction. 2EC2, no ice age impact. I'm pretty sure it's not extended, but there's already enough CO2 in the atmosphere to prevent another ice age. 2EC3, no food wars, conflict requires the means and will, neither which exists during starvation, discontent stems from complex factors like land and corruption, economic problems through evidence, false afraid of media exaggeration that that's be the food wars, the Asia stuff does not really matter because the 2NC cards they read were generic and all these words equally apply. Non-resource factors and cost of war bear above 18. Less research have been devoted to non-resource conflict colleagues supposed to dimensions, historical, cultural, and geographical rather than a single factor one may not and find whether non-resource dimensions by scarcity is not sufficient for scarcity of national resources that fundamental reason for conflicts is not. Less research scrutinize the cost of resource wars, existing wars, and works infamously interpretation resource incomes cover inflation investment. Resource states aren't equal, non-state actors aren't considered bear above 18. No works consider states to be equal. Their trade communities diverse future consider equal as one. And Saudi Arabia have resources similar analyses neglects will explain resource conflict literature survey resource conflicts through the lens of sovereignty powers versus actors of future recognize these represent national the state actors for entities for global issues resource they cannot ignore their interest they actors affect security resource rich regions. 2EC4 no secessions to impact a cards highlighted like word salad Canada's economy is not going to collapse tomorrow. Cause coaxes is obvious hyperbole. There's tons of all causes no bring for independent economic collapse. High threshold of what constitutes terminal impact evidence and finals to the NDT. B their economy is doing fine now. LeGrun says the economy expanded by 0.7% last June. There's no established threshold for a recession or unique argument for a decline. NATO relations strong now. That's AP 323. NATO from their commitment to each other and relation to the relation to North America and Europe. We're opening a new chapter. Stoltenberg thing. Biden to Israeli alliance ministers committee Article 5. The alliance making progress from fair transatlantic British sharing the U.S. is to revitalize our alliances. Europe is stable now. Denny in 20 Europe is a security state in the context of 1416, especially the domestic threats Russia's terrorism. The results of key factors NATO implement a series of budgetary posture and moderation initiative to reduce decline budgets be corrected deficit and defensive capacity across Europe. Martha Hard at defense capacity across Europe. Pretty sure there's no answer to the P2B airline integration scenario. Endemic variant controls critical ground extinction for societal instability that literally increases the risk of nuclear war from port to seas response. That's recta that grants cause extinction advantage. Counterplan 2 deficits 1. Monitoring air cargo routes is critical to effective supply chain distribution. The capital loan is insufficient. Reduce jet capacity and change market conditions to variably address the supply chain and specifically impedes effective vaccine diplomacy. Since the plan that's Bursont. It doesn't zero the case. The line right before says challenge exists now. The title of the article: supply chains under pressure now. The impact and advantage 1, 2. Giving away vaccines can't solve basic question. Transportation routes all over cards. Say the routes need to be safeguarded through competition first before the counterplan can solve it. Enables the U.S. outcompete China. No card for vaccine distribution plan. When you see evidence of the status quo, finally permutation to both opposite external offense. Open skies add-on. Cross-flight from the axon DA. Zero defenses. I'm deliberately not reading new cards. Returning to the CWS Airlines establishes certainty and clarity. Emerge review critical to the depth of the open size framework. Garcia says that controls the LAO, which holds hotspot escalation over Crimea and Taiwan. The count was incoherent and cannot solve. The U.S. does not have the authority to refrain from engaging airspace closures to Europe, Eastern Europe, or Asia. The entire point is the add-on that without open sky trees, other countries will engage in course of diplomacy and close their airports to the U.S., not vice versa. To EC1, Solicitor General DA impact filter the cumulative quality internal links to EC1. No link A. No one would sue after the plan. Lazar Evans says the plan narrows the scope of antitrust immunity to that which achieves benefits for consumers. Lazar says that companies would note the change and immediately acquiesce rather than litigating courts. B plan enforced by the DOT, not the DOJ. No reason the SU would have to defend the plan in courts. The DOT will be the primary enforcer, receive the backlash for the plan. Cards they read do not say all antitrust require the SG. The first card they said does not even say the word antitrust. All of this assumes the plan is generic antitrust, not the unique combo of the Congress and DOT lifting immunity. They also don't respond to the specific conceptualization above the plan not being litigated due to intermediate industry acquiescence. When no real winner answer that litigation card they read just that the SU would be responsible for defending the U.S. that the plan would force them to. Also, this establishes the link threshold so low. It's not just antitrust, but any legal position the government's ever staked out, which magnifies our thumpers below 2C4 thumpers. Every other antitrust case ever would require the SG to defend the interpretation of the courts. There's a laundry list of thumpers. They drop from the other page due to FCC undertaking road reviews to rulemaking. If they don't link, then neither does the app. The link cards are just like all antitrust requires court involvement. They can't no link all these cards about established expansions of scope among antitrust agencies. Now rulemaking now. Walters 21. The FCC on a precipice of more survey after con. Consequence of reinvigorate rulemaking prospects. Rulemaking great day. Slow divorce. Rulemaking push seconds AI. By Schubert calls for fraud and fraud. Death falsehood. For data privacy. Biden calls for surveillance. 2C5 recession now. The social cost of carbon can't solve. Rumpel says that inflationary pressures will drive the economy to a tailspin next quarter. All the cards they read demonstrate the economy is structurally resilient, so it proves our internal link is irrelevant. Or COVID and China commodity process and Fed hikes stumped. Rumpel 314. The economy outlook of the U.S. economy is darkened 3 factors: recession, COVID, and China. Warfare, social supply chain pressure, force to spend operation. Ball next drive. Continue rights, even higher rights for commodities. Russia and Ukraine supply third of wheat exports. Fed efforts to down inflation ended with plunging into recession. The Fed is being pulled in conflict directions. With piling up, destroys the economy. Lower 318 prices were up 0.8% or near certain spike. Great inflation is raising the prospect of recession. The pandemic made it more than more expensive to do things. Omicron 3 Asia is causing there were never wave supply disruptions.
Okay, I put our prep in the email chain. I'm going to check what it is real quick. We have 350 starting now. Okay, let me make sure that everyone's back, and then I will give the order. Okay, I see 3. Do we have, okay, and there's BK, and then Shauna has a thumbs up. Okay, I just set some cards. The order is the green aviation advantage first, then the advantage counterplan, then the OSGDA, then the supply advantage. So green aviation, it's a bit of a weird order. Green aviation, advantage counterplan, Solicitor General DA, supply chains.
Do you mind if I run to the bathroom real quick for the 2 hour?
Yeah, it's okay. Go ahead. Oh, now I'm on edge. So Tyler, are you feeling better?
Yeah, I'm mostly recovered. I technically tested negative today, so
That's good. Glad to hear. That's a big step for sure. We had some people who didn't get their COVID tests until, or they didn't get like their results until they were in the van. So we were kind of worried that everyone tested negative, of course, and but we were a little worried that there would be a black swan amongst us.
yeah. I mean, I tested positive on Wednesday. I think the only thing that would have been worse would be like right when we were about to leave.
Yeah, that's fair. Like if you were in the airport or something. Okay. Arvind is back. Order again for anyone who needs it is green aviation, advantage counterplan, Solicitor General DA, and then the supply advantage. Okay. Are we all good? Anyone not ready? Sounds good. Zero defense towards secession scenario, independent of general escalation from Quebec. The mirror signal of breakaway, green light, secession movements globally. It causes nuclear war in every hotspot and is totally external and unmitigated. Our phosphorus evidence is specific to Canada. They dropped the results in nuclear shock, turns the environment, turning the ozone in its strides and ramming the atmosphere pollutants. There is 0-1 defense that applies. I'll drop down to the Europe evidence. We're not going for the NATO impacts. That is irrelevant. Europe stable now is also from NATO. Literally just says Europe is stable because defense capability in NATO. It cannot be applied to secession at all, which is a drop to NC impact, totally conceded. And external, independently, Quebec itself seceding draws in Russia, China, Iran. They view it as a unique opportunity to interfere in the North American continent, or especially likely to do so. Word salad is not good enough. Evidence is clear. It lists countries by name and explains the breakaway mechanism for Quebec. There's also a 1 NC internal link. No alt causes. It dropped for 2 NC answer. The scenario is itself about structural decline, which is only reversed through the emissions gains from climate. Our primary evidence says it will triple the size of their economy because of tourism, shipping, and infrastructure gains. That is good enough to stop secession. On regard the evidence and says the agricultural impact alone turns Canada into an economic superpower. The only card they have for this is categorically awful. It is from last year and just says the economy expanded 0.7%, which is tiny and proves our scenario. Now they say no link, absolutely zero chance. 1 cross-examination. We asked, how do you solve global emissions? We emphasize the phrases global and emissions. Tyler answered, we made the intentional choice to concede the solvency claims in our 1 and C2. Their internal links, they gave 2 answers. They said that if you use the global green technology, Tyler then stopped me and said there was an additional internal link based on their global hub and spoke model. 3 air negative. The Tracy was maybe 1 sentence on no link and reference no lines from their evidence. 1 and C strategies have the 1 and C and Tracy mishaps lying. Reclarification post hoc causes sandbagging kill /4. It is linear evidence is reliant on continued increases in emissions and fastest possible, both of which they stop. It does not align global fade down to 0 nor negative emissions tag 5. Their evidence will go through some choice lines below. Their Layla evidence is explicitly about climate change, references a catastrophe at multiple points, and says that aviation is a crucial sector that cannot be overlooked as the majority of emissions, as well as an important area because of the altitude that contributes to global warming. The evidence explicitly says that aircraft emissions are a critical step for emissions control broadly, and they also said they solved the ozone. Their Gibbons evidence says that requires solving anthropogenic emissions because that is what causes ozone layer collapse. These are all conceded claims. The 1 and C made a choice to concede them, and the 2AC was not nearly as detailed as the 1AR. No nearly unknown leak. Now their evidence 1, it is all new. Even if the 2AC said the phrase no link, they didn't include those 1AR warrants. That is unfair and unpredictable because it denies us the block to respond, rejected on face. No new 2AR justifications because we can't answer them if we didn't hear them. 2, McSweeney assumes the status quo. They said airlines were global. We referenced our spillover arguments above. 3, Clare, China is brand new. Not even an attempt to justification of the 1AR. This admits the U.S. is a massive portion of emissions and also says that U.S. initiatives on climate control get China on board. They say cumulative internal links that relies on not conceding them because if you do, the risk is at 100. They say scientific consensus, new arg, answer
and above, the defense will be extended below. Improved consensus on our side. Warming and above will be a little bit low. Now, the disease impact, they drop the straight turn to it. Warming causes disease spread, or rather inhibits it because of temperature changes that make it harder for diseases to reach necessary lethality and virulence. There was no scenario for warming to cause extinction. All of their evidence just references different types of emissions, but still uses phrases like climate catastrophe or ecological disaster. There was no scenario for how it caused extinction. The 1 ER didn't rise to that level. They only said things like resource wars and a nuclear war, which will concede their food defense to, which takes it out because it means that there's an inbuilt incentive for cooperation. So the only scenario is an intentional European conflict that cascades globally because of the signal of secession. And in Canada, our evidence also indicates that even 20 degrees of any emissions technology would leave life intact. Food can still grow. There are climate refuges, which is a totally dropped scenario because they're adaptable and there are places for people to go that would not actually be affected, such as New Zealand, Ireland, or Elven. Evidence indicates that that is the universal scientific consensus. Our ward evidence indicates that even the IPCC believes it is incredibly unlikely as a tail end risk. It is millennia off at best. So there are intervening actors. It is incredibly slow. They've conceded their evidence is ruined by bias because hindcasting shows that changes are actually far slower, and it's ruined by sensationalist predictions. Don't be biased by the traditional consensus and warming truth. That might be the case for it being real, but not causing extinction. Or psych evidence indicates that their evidence systemically cherry picks data to rely on alarmism and is also generally inadequate. It goes through a host of scenarios for climate causing extinction and concludes that during all historical periods, temperatures do not vary enough. So there's no chance for this being sufficient. Energy war stuff, conceded the food defense applies there. Our 1 C evidence is also good. Says climate doesn't cause it because it doesn't destabilize it enough. Proven by our internal link to ag, which means risks will still be high. They say no answer to airline stability. That is false. The terminal was LIO. We also said they didn't solve it, and the counterpoint implicates it on the other flow. Go there. Now it solves the whole case without capping emissions. Their internal links are cartoonish and strung together. Two in our framing issue use sufficiency. The counterpoint only has to be good enough. Stop total extinction. Even if plan is mostly better than 1 ER. Do not meet a threshold of quantifying impact arguments. Their first deficit is wrong. It solves trade and supply chains. The recutting does zero the case. It says after the part about supply chains being bad, that airlines rebounded and were good enough. Their impact evidence on both advantages, the structural all causes like tariffs, export controls, or anti-dumping at every end, all that is needed. The Lin evidence says that it's, quote, all we need to do. It stops protectionism. So does Oppenheimer's. We also concede to recut their evidence to say resilience is good enough. They say open skies out on our planks certainly solve it. The US wouldn't get involved in any war because it would refrain from the airspace closure, which is enough to solve extinction. Also, the terminal was LIO, and we had LIO resilient and all causes in the case. There are structural factors. There's global issues like rogue states, pull out from trade agreements, etc. So they have no way to solve it. And we effectively have dropped defense. The Solicitor General and DA will concede the OSG doesn't get involved because no one sues after the plan. There's no offense. Recession now implicates their scenarios, LIO and Amoxie, because they dropped collapse, turns it so their impacts are inevitable, and the only external scenario is ours. The supply advantage. No supply crises delays are months long at best. Shipping fills in for airlines. They have no chance to overwhelm Oppenheimer. We coded an explicit line that says the costs are structural and cannot be reversed by liberal leadership. No Taiwan war. The 1 ER blew past this. There are structural factors in place like deterrence because China fears the alliance umbrella. They also have tourism and cultural ties towards Taiwan itself. Our trade evidence indicates that other factors check conflict. The economy is generally stable. There's no scenario for Crimean escalation either, which they might try to cross supply from their airlines add-on, and the airline stuff Tyler extended at the bottom. That is incredibly unlikely. Russia is bought down. They have no incentive to allow other parties to intervene because their interests are fundamentally localized, and there's no broader spillover anyway. Their evidence is outdated. Our Dresdner evidence indicates the crisis has already been going on for months. Airlines obviously aren't the crucial node. There are other sources of transportation like shipping, and all that shit means that there's at least enough noise in the economy that no one was willing to risk blowing up all their supply chains. They dropped their 2 warrant that it would make it worse for every actor involved because if you are attacking your customers, there's no scenario for you to ever resolve the crisis. There's no chance of the case. The stuff is massive. Over.
Okay, it's the advantage counter plan or wherever you flowed the add-on. The supply chains advantage. And then the green aviation page. One more time. Advantage counter plan, which is where we extended that add-on or wherever you flowed that. The supply chains advantage. The green aviation advantage. Is everybody good to go? Okay, awesome.
Aerospace liberalization outweighs on probabilities necessary to resolve conflict over global hotspots that quickly escalate due to coercive diplomacy engaging by foreign actors in response to ambiguity about open skies treaties due to anti-Christian immunity. The counter plan clearly does not resolve this, and I don't think the 2-in-1 extended the plank of the counter plan that tries to, because the internal link to resolving this was establishing a consumer welfare test to ensure that there's no longer ambiguity surrounding open skies treaties. The counter plan does not do that, nor does it establish to stop other countries from closing their airports in the United States. I'm pretty sure this plank was not extended. There was no 2-in-1 explanation for this, and every single defensive argument they tried making towards the add-on was new. Because the block entirely relied on counterplanning out of this add-on. There were no defense to this, and every single defensive argument was unjustified to be struck from your flows. Every Crimea defense argument does not apply. It categorically outweighs on probability because it controls all of aerospace liberalization, or evidence indicates it stops coercive diplomacy by other countries because open skies treaty maintains liberalization of airspace to ensure that planes can fly freely without any closures or airport closures. It categorically outweighs Quebec's secessionism because the Canadian economy is doing fine now, and they don't have any clear scenario for escalation besides just blaming the Nelson countries. Our evidence makes it a clear impact scenario. It says that aerospace closure would cause quick conflict over Crimea and Taiwan, which categorically outweighs the disadvantage. The rest of the counterplan is totally irrelevant. I'm going to extend permutation to both to clean up any other relevant offense. The rest of this stuff was just about supply chains. It was just about supply chains and the other resolving the other internal links. None was contextualized to the add-on. Now the supply chains advantage not going for this advantage either. Concede the defense here. The no Taiwan war stuff does not apply. It does escalate because of the conventional nuclear fire making. Our evidence says that Matt does not check because China will threaten nuclear escalation even if it thinks the U.S. would not retaliate. The 2-in-1 was also super light on this, so you should not read their cards for them. All of this was also not contextualized to the impact of the add-ons. So you should not provide any defense to them now. You should not provide any defense to all of this now. Now the green aviation page, the link to warming good is minimal, even if it is not zero. It is a substantial link defense against this impact turn. There is a reason the 1AC did not include a warming impact. The aviation industry obviously implicates global emissions, but we only claim to reverse causally solve specific forms of emissions, stratospheric aerosolization and ozone emissions. Logically, the plan could not resolve every other global contributor to carbon emission, which is why the 2AC blew off this argument, because there was not a clear link as of the 1C. There was obvious substantial all causes to warming, the natural emissions of every country, including developing countries, China and India, as well as non-compliance with climate accords, non-aviation, transportation networks, industrial ag, etc. The 2-in-1 didn't really contest that premise. If we win, the no-link argument is true and justified to substantially undermine the turn. I will go down each 2-in-1 argument. One, the cross-link moment about global emissions. Yes, we said we had 2 internal links to solving global emissions. Green tech and the hub and spoke model, but by emissions, we obviously meant aerosols and ozone, which was the only scenarios in the 1C. Those are all subsets of the above term emissions, and they should have clarified if they wanted to stake the finals of the NDT on this argument. This isn't a reclarification. These were explicit 1AC scenarios. 2, the 2-in-1 Hail Mary attempt to pull lines for more evidence. This just says aviation contributes to climate change. It says that aviation is important and adds to global warming scenarios. Nowhere does it say that green aviation reverse causally solves warming, especially given the out of context lines they've highlighted in the 2-in-1. Yes, ozone obviously contributes to global warming. That doesn't mean stopping ozone emissions. Stopping ozone emissions stops global carbon dioxide contributions, which are obviously far more prevalent and distinct. 3, the arguments that the 1AR cards were unjustified. This is just overly semantic 2-in-1 debating at this point. Yes, the 2AC might not have said the literal words, but we obviously said no link in all causes of warming. The 2AC blew up this page, so the 1AR was justified in responding, even if we don't need to win these cards to win. It's a logical premise that green aviation alone is insufficient to reverse the mass global contribution to climate change. Their links to this point are basically dirty word Ks of pointing out lines like anthropogenic climate change. The aviation industry is the top 10 transportation computer, but they don't have a reverse causal piece of evidence that says the affirmative resolves global warming. Now, framing issue for all the linearity arguments. Even this premise is true. It cuts both ways because our warming and aerosolization emissions impacts are also linear. The 1AR Bryce evidence as well as the 1AC Tang evidence says even if emissions don't directly cause extinction, they magnify all other societal issues that do it. It would cause global instability. It would cause countries to escalate war. It would cause ecological destruction. All of which massively outweighs on time frame. Massively outweighs on time frame and turns all of their Quebec's secessionism scenarios because all those emissions would create instability in Quebec faster than warming emissions would be able to resolve any of the internal links to their impacts, which means that even if they are correct, the plan contributes to a reduction in emissions. None of that is sufficient to be able to resolve their 20% warming card. The plan does not contribute to 20% of emissions. It only applies to the airlines industry. Our evidence says that airlines are one of the top contributors, but in the top 10 of transportation, not across the entire economy, which they have no link to. Now, all the impact is at the top. Look, they don't have a card that says that Canada's economy is declining now. I don't care if our card is from last year. It says that Canada's economy is growing by 0.7%. They've just asserted the Canadian that the plan would cause a Quebec secessionism collapse, but they have not read uniqueness argument that Canada's argument is declining now. Even if you don't like our card, it's the only one with uniqueness evidence on this space, so it should be preferred. Now, the NATO relations stuff definitely still applies here because their scenario involves Russia and China drawing. Our evidence says that NATO is strong enough to prevent all of those now because of a strong commitment to Article 5, since all the foreign ministers have been talking to ensure that nothing escalates, which means even if Quebec were to secede, Canada would not have to, there would be no global draw into Canada or any nuclear war. The second piece of card that says Europe is stable now also definitely does apply because it says that NATO is strong with the status quo. Their scenario for drawing was that Russia would come in to Canada. Unclear why that would happen, but it still says that NATO would still deal with that threat, so that demonstrates that the status quo is sufficient now to be able to, the status quo is sufficient now to be able to resolve all their impact. Now, finally, all of the warming defense impact defense arguments, all of these cards are just saying warming does not get to literal extinction, i.e. the global rise of emissions that interdependent climate change would not directly contribute to extinction. Caused by all of our linearity arguments above, our point was not that warming directly causes extinction, but our price evidence as well, our tank evidence says that every increase in emissions contributes to the likelihood of global instability, which none of their evidence indicts. The first card just cites studies that say that warming literally would not get to extinction. These are just scientists saying that they're disputing the veracity of the literal extinction claim. This is not saying that there's an actual anthropogenic. It's not saying that there is literally no impact of warming in the sense that emissions do not that emissions do nothing, which means in the short time frame, all of their impacts will be triggered by rising emissions, given the linearity of this impact. So the add-on should substantially outweigh basically non-existent secessionism impact that they have no uniqueness for.
Good debate.
Good debate.
Good debate.
I think there's a decision.
Hey, everyone. Are all the debaters back in the room? Are we confirmed that everybody's here who needs to be here in the video? Okay. So in this final round between Dartmouth SV on the affirmative and Michigan PR on the negative, the decision is a 3-2 for the affirmative from Dartmouth. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. I wish I could be there. I don't know what the protocol is in terms of the final round and giving a decision, but maybe I can hop in. Yep. So I voted neg. I think that the impact of the Quebec succession is pretty significant. I think the NATO defense is largely irrelevant considering the the arguments that are kind of dropped in terms of how France ultimately would fracture, the alliance by saying no. I don't think that particular claim is really challenged throughout much of the debate. I think the evidence says it could create a situation that's similar to World War I, where foreign powers essentially divide and conquer and everything else, right? This Velasquez card, is pretty bad. I'll agree in terms of the choppiness of the evidence. And I think the affirmative is forwarding a fairly decent argument in terms of lacking maybe clear kind of uniqueness arguments on the economy side of things, except for one case. And I think it's a tiny claim within the evidence, but it does use kind of a tinderbox type argument relative to economic problems potentially causing the reason why Quebec ultimately, removes themselves. The Econ DA or the Econ D that's placed there by the F is just a snapshot about what's happening like this week, not really long-term focused. I think the re-highlighting essentially suggests that Canada still has some economic issues, and I don't think they're going to have any economic issues in a world of the internal link to their impact, which is just ridiculously strong. So I think the northern maple leaf hegemon of Canada, there's no world in which Quebec ultimately would, leave that particular country. So in terms of the climate link debate itself, man, late breaking debates, I think I have to suspend a lot of disbelief, and it forces me to really swallow a lot of argument perspectives is happening here. But I think the 1AC evidence is far too strong in terms of the impact about how future airlines can have a significant impact on climate change. I took one particular line in the decision that I submitted, quote, "This growth rate of the aviation sector may even overshadow the Paris Agreement's quest to keep the increase in global average temperatures below 2 degrees. Now, I understand absolutely the strategic desire to just reduce the affirmative advantage down to aerosols, especially aerosols injected into the higher atmosphere and the possible chemical and other types of impacts. But, I'm thinking about this through the lens of, the neg. And if I give, I think, the full weight of the 1AC evidence, especially the readings of that evidence of not only the highlighted portions that the 1AC reads, but also some of the other portions immediately surrounding it, I think it's pretty clear that, if the affirmative doesn't happen, we're going to overshoot the Paris Accord stuff. Now, if I also agree that the affirmative is going to result in a fairly significant transition in the direction that can undermine about 10% of global emissions, I think that places us in a realm of potentially reducing climate change below the 2 degrees Celsius mark. There's not much of a debate either on the affirmative or negative in terms of what mark is ultimately necessary so that Canada can become a super hegemon. I think that debate, if more time is expended on it, that would be helpful. But I kind of, land on the 2&R side of things, to use the language of the 2&R in terms of cowardice. Now, for me, I think the 1AC, you just needed distinct evidence that it didn't include all of these fairly strong climate change arguments about, the dumping of these emissions into the upper atmosphere. And I think the neg persuaded me. And I also read through much of the 1AC evidence once this debate started, and I landed within, their realm. That's where I get a little bit frustrated because honestly, I think the 2AC, 1AR, and 2AR should largely focus both on, the first thing is the aerosol parts impact, the Tang type evidence, a 2AR that decides to kind of go all chemist on us and really references the core distinctions between SAI versus the climate aspect to it, could help re-separate that particular impact from whether or not it is, or whether or not it is distinct from climate. I'm not clear, and I know how the argument can be deployed in a very effective and persuasive manner. And I feel like maybe it's a impact of a new affirmative and failure to give enough maybe practice speeches on creating that particular distinction against this impact debate. But man, I would have to just take that card and kind of tunnel vision through it to then focus on what is the distinction itself in SAIs that is entirely external to what happens in terms of climate change. I think the neg just puts in too many arguments, too much re-highlighting to be able to drag that impact as essentially being a part of climate change. And so it's not really that distinct. And a failure to establish those distinctions means, so what is the impact in terms of the impact defense beyond it? I think a 1AR and 2AR that just kind of sits down, and I mean, you all should salivate in a world in which you get to go for climate change as your impact, right? I feel kind of, I don't feel great in terms of these impact debates because I think that a large percentage of the impact cards that are read by the affirmative would just utterly obliterate anything relative to Quebec. And that includes food shortages. It includes water, drastic changes in what's happening within the atmosphere. And I think you have bits and pieces of that. But if I were to advocate for how the 1AR should approach this, it would be just saying, all right, it's just climate change. Here's why, who cares if you have a maple leaf hegemon if the rest of the world is on fire, nuclear weapons being launched and everything else. You have some references to that, but you're putting a lot of your eggs into the basket of the open skies, add-on. And my ultimate conclusion on that, I'm not going to go, much longer because we have a big panel and you all have a lot to celebrate in the end. I think the impact D is pretty significant. The way that the add-on is applied, it honestly, it just feels like it leads into a China-Taiwan war. You don't give much of a tangible example about how people can utilize this to be able to leverage what in terms of a conflict. It doesn't get anywhere near as good as I think the impact evidence that's extended about the Quebec side of things. And so the China-Taiwan D that's read throughout the debate round is pretty big that China's just not going to risk it. And so what scenario happens in which aviation gets shut off? And how does that ultimately cause a significant war or impact that ultimately isn't going to be absorbed by a crushing of NATO and Russia and China essentially intervening north of our borders. So again, I have to suspend a lot of disbelief. Great debate across the board. Congratulations, Dartmouth. And great job, Michigan, as well. It was an honor to judge the debate. Thanks.
I can go next. Again, congratulations both teams for making it here. Regardless of the outcome, it's an incredible accomplishment. So my decision mimics a lot of DeLong's decision. At the end of the debate, I kind of just came to the conclusion that the Canada-Quebec econ turn outweighed anything that the AF really has, because I kind of came to the conclusion I think there is very minimal risk of any impact the 2AR is going for. So I first looked at the add-on stuff. I think the evidence the affirmative is reading, the Garcia evidence, is pretty generic in what it means, like what airspace nationalism means or how the AF necessarily solves that. And even then, the impact evidence is incredibly vague. It kind of just says that hotspot escalation happens, and this can happen in Taiwan and Crimea. And there isn't really any further contextualization or warrant, at least on my flow in the 2AR, for how this outweighs anything or what the probability of this impact is. And I think the work that Michigan is doing in the 2NR and the Quebec stuff is far more substantive and convincing, at least when it comes to me, especially given the fact that there is substantial impact defense to the likelihood of a Chinese invasion of the region, regardless of airspace nationalism or not. And I think that the 2NR is doing a pretty good job discussing, again, those structural barriers, it being too expensive, military supremacy not being relevant to the likelihood of an invasion and whatnot. And I don't think the app has a good response to this. I looked at the warming debate next. Honestly, from the 2NC on, I thought the negative was just miles ahead on this debate. I am not having good warrants extended for what the impact even is. I understand it's warming, but I don't know. It's just like global instability, and there's no further contextualization of like what the scenario is, who goes to war, when it happens. And I think there's some pretty lackluster impact analysis when it comes to this. I don't think Michigan is doing a really good job discussing the ideas of intervening actors checking. Global warming does not kill us all. There's climate refugee camps. Their studies are flawed and whatnot. I don't have good impact defense to that. The 2AR. The 2AR goes on a pretty large rant about how Michigan's evidence is in the context of like human extinction or extinction by heat or death. But I don't think there's a further contextualization of like, well, what is your impact? Why does the destabilization of these regions result in anything? I mean, what does it result in? Go to the neg stuff. I think the negative is winning a pretty large risk that the AF reduces global warming. The rereading of the evidence is pretty substantive. I know the other judges already talked about that, so I don't want to get too much into that. But despite all this, I still had a long pause in who to vote for, because while I think Michigan accesses a large enough risk that the AF reduces climate change, and that there is somewhat of a unique scenario for the Canada's economic growth, I found it extremely difficult link between the likelihood of a Canadian economic collapse and that causing Quebec secession. I think that the Matthews evidence, the negative reads, is pretty bad. It has one line about Quebec possibly being able to control a single port and then utilizing that to lash out at Canada. Furthermore, it kind of acknowledges that Quebec has zero military presence, and their only instance of violence was murdering a mayor. But I don't have a single argument from the affirmative that contests this aspect of the turn, like at all. And so it's really hard for me to give this to you, because I think it would take very minimal work for you to kind of just rip this case turn apart in the 2AR. And I think you go for other arguments that aren't as important. I don't disagree that warming helps the economy. I think Michigan's far ahead on this. But I think the aspect, like the 2AR goes on a huge rant and spends way too much time talking about how the AF, how the AF isn't big enough to like reverse all of climate change, and therefore prevent the Canadian economy from increasing and whatnot. And I don't think that aspect is super important, because one, I think that kind of mitigates a little bit of your warming solvency in the long term, because your cards are pretty much in the context of like the kind of like the same impact scenario. Like you need to solve for global warming writ large in the long term. But more importantly, I think if you're just attacking the link level of this, of the Quebec case turn and the likelihood that Quebec actually succeeds from Canada, I think you're in a lot better place. The counterclaim debate was mostly a wash. Didn't really get a whole lot of it. I think it's pretty blippy in the 2NR, but even then I have a few lines regarding the extension of not defending Taiwan, and that definitely decreases the probability of a nuclear exchange. Even if like China does invade, I don't think it goes nuclear and therefore outweighs any of the turns. So not much to add, but ultimately I think the app has near zero risk of any impacts that gone for in the 2AR. And I had to vote negative just because I think it would have taken too much work for me to do that I did not get from the 2AR. It would have been too much judge intervention for me on my part to justify an AF ballot.
How much do you want Michigan?
Sorry, we were struggling to unmute. Go ahead, but like if you can keep it like quick, like not super long,
Sure.
that would be good.
Yep. So bottom line up front, I definitely think there's a link for sure. I think y'all are totally right about the 1AC card. I was sort of shocked at how explicit it is about that. I give you 100% of the Quebec secession stuff. I thought there was essentially zero add-on. I think there was zero external case offense that you're debating on. All that stuff was phenomenal. Thought it was fantastic. I think the sole answer that the 2AC makes is the like economy up thing, the 2 and C frame. And I thought the story was like loud and clear on this was it sort of being a structural thing over time. And so I thought I was for sure voting neg. But I looked, whoa, shit, lights went out. Can you still hear me fine? I looked around everywhere and just there is no line anywhere that even sort of substantiates that. And I think that the reason that matters for me here is a couple things. One, I think that, the 1AR is, I think, quite good on, or like very explicit that is sort of like what they're hanging their hat on, and unpacks why that matters. The 2AR didn't put it kind of front and center early on the way I would have liked, but like it certainly is there, and there in some detail. And both the 1AR and 2AR also are very explicit in connecting the dots between that and the set of like case turns the Canadian economy arguments that they're making. So I ultimately conclude that like I know for sure that any Canadian economic shock is going to mean Quebec secedes, and that Quebec secession definitely blows up the world. And I think it is marginally safer for me to avoid, stratospheric aerosol injections as a potential trigger for that than to maintain the status quo, because I know that most recently the Canadian economy was up 0.7%. That card also mentions that like over time, it seems like Canada's sort of getting their economic juice back. I think that even without a card that's sort of specific to this Quebec secession stuff that makes that unique argument, which obviously would be the ideal. Like without that, even without, language in one of those cards that makes this sort of overtime structural argument that you're making, if the 2NR has, a few sentences where you talk about the fact that like obviously economic shocks are inevitable and like will, hit Canada eventually. So I should really, really privilege, given the degree of the impact, ensuring that they are totally cushioned against that in perpetuity because of 300% growth or whatever, right? Because like I think y'all are overwhelmingly ahead on like, climate change stuff means that Canada's economy is perfectly fine forever. And I looked and I just couldn't quite put that together without intervening in a way that, given the 1AR and 2AR is debating on this, and given that again it was the sole 2AC argument in response to this, I couldn't quite get there. But I'm very glad to have judged this debate. I thought that y'all were phenomenal, like utterly phenomenal in your debating. And I've heard tell y'all are going to be running it back next year, and frankly, I really hope that that's true.
Yeah, I can go next. So I'll keep it brief too, but I actually think that there's less of a link to the global warming good offense maybe than BK was talking about. So for me, I kind of assess the ways that you've re-highlighted the AF evidence in the general context of, I suppose, what would be needed to resolve something like the Paris Agreement, which would reduce warming below the 2 degrees threshold. And I think I don't know if I'm more lenient, but I allow like the new 1AR arguments, because I thought that the 2AC was, it's quick but clear. He's just like, there's not a link to this. There are a bunch of alt causes, which, he didn't list them. And then you're like, they shouldn't get new evidence and stuff. And I guess for me, I kind of at the end of a debate sort of want to resolve maybe like some degree of truth in relationship to the evidence that's been read, as well as the way that the debating happens in this context. And so I guess I just thought, for the 2NR, you would have needed some pushback or arguments or evidence that, the way that the AF went about, trying to resolve aviation emissions would spill over to China. They have a pretty good card that's like China's not going to agree on global emissions. Their McSweeney card too is really great about how if if the globe doesn't reduce our emissions below like 45%, below 2010 levels, that won't work. And the best conclusion for you of I think the totality of the EV set that the AF reads is that we would reduce the growth of aviation emissions in the future to something that's like carbon neutral. So they would stay where they're at, like basically at 2030 levels, according to the best AF evidence. And those 2030 levels are still only going to be like 5% of total emissions. And so it's basically like sort of a drop in the bucket, I think, compared to what the maybe internal link would be needed. There's also this UQ problem that BK talks about, which was pretty important for me because, and I'll just add one thing to BK's decision, which I think it's more relevant that your evidence on the Quebec secession, kind of like the internal link card about the economy. So it's like, I'm going to look at your UQ card, and if the AF's UQ card about 0.7% growth, and then I'm going to say, well, if the negs threshold card, though, is like really good. Like if Quebec doesn't grow at 25% for the next 10 years, then they're going to be really pissed and they're going to secede. Then I probably I'm pretty, I might like vote neg if I think there's a link to global warming. But this link card is not at all about like the, economic growth of the Quebec region. It's just like that there are economic reasons that there could be a war because it's like the location of Quebec and all of the economic growth that happens in that region. So for me, I felt like given those two considerations, that the risk of the global warming offense was pretty low. And then, there's like an aerosol advantage that kind of outweighed the risk of that. So.
Yeah, I thought this is a great debate. I think Will and I decided the debate pretty similarly. The biggest thing for me, so I thought that you won some risk of a link to the warming offense, but I thought that the sort of specificity of the evidence that the affirmative was reading about stratospheric aerosolization meant that the defense you were reading, yeah, I mean, it probably proves that warming isn't existential, but it doesn't really take out the totality of the impact. I'm not concerned about specific scenarios because that Bryce evidence is pretty specific that interconnectedness is the way to think about the harms that are created by climate change, and they really shouldn't be thought of as scenarios, rather as sort of like a fabric of gradually unraveling, ecosystems. So yeah, do I think like there's disease spread or like an energy war that kills everybody? Maybe not. I thought the energy war debate was like, like 70-30 neg, but I don't think that the evidence you have is like so conclusive. And even some of your cards say like the academic debate is like, divided on this question. So it's like maybe possible that there would be like some kind of energy war. More likely, there's just a lot of people are going to die from famine and not enough resources. And even the way that you're framing it in the 2NR is like, well, people would like survive in Ireland and New Zealand, which like doesn't make me feel super great if I'm voting negative. That like, yeah, I guess some people would live, but like not a ton of them. So yeah, it probably doesn't get to the level of extinction. I think you all are good on that. I think your evidence is pretty conclusive that extinction is not where the impact level goes, but it's still like I think we just like shouldn't underplay this. It's like billions of people will die if I don't vote affirmative. It's going to be really bad. And I don't think any of your EV disputes that. So I think stratospheric aerosolization gives them like a pretty big internal link magnitude. And so I'm thinking, okay, I don't think that they eliminate all global emissions. And I basically cited that debate essentially the same way that Will did, with the same sort of set of heuristics. I think that the evidence makes a big difference for me. I think the totality of the way that you re-highlighted it is like initially convincing, but that the affirmative pushback against it in the 2AR in response to the re-highlightings is also pretty compelling. I don't think that the affirmative's evidence is clearly saying that they reduce global emissions in, to the degree that you're describing. And that's particularly reflected, as the AF points out, by the choice of impacts that they've read in the debate. So I mean, I think like basically I think there's like a pretty good chance that in a world of the affirmative, a lot of people die from stratospheric aerosolization. And in a world of the negative, there's like some chance that there are, maybe some disease related benefits to warming. Although that kind of cuts both ways because both sides have evidence on that. And yes, I know that you have evidence about the spread of diseases, but they have evidence about just the unraveling of society and the inability of society to deal with any level of disease in response. And that's when I'm thinking that Bryce card in particular again. So the thing that I thought about a lot was the quality of this Canada card. And I just can't get there on this internal link card. It just does not say the word growth, stagnation, economic reasons. I read the unhighlighted portion of the card trying to do some work for the negative here. And it's about the St. Lawrence Seaway. It just has absolutely nothing to do with economic growth. And that to me, I just couldn't get there on putting together the story for how this impact would even occur, based on the evidence that's presented in the debate. And to me, that's just really important when I'm resolving a debate where both sides, I think, are contesting the evidence. I did think that they said that, so a key difference for me too, I understand, I thought the 2NC was good on the structural factors thing, although again, I don't think that's grounded in evidence as the debate proceeds. The problem is that you all keep saying that this evidence that the Affirmative has read says that there's only 0.7% growth in Canada. That's absolutely not what it says. It says 0.7% growth in June, which is actually pretty robust growth. To grow, for the economy to grow almost a single percentage point in a month is pretty significant. And the evidence is like, yeah, Canada will probably have like 2 to 2.5% annualized growth rate. That's like an extremely healthy annualized growth rate. If you had that rate of growth in the US, you'd like win a presidential election pretty easily based on most of the models. So like, I didn't go to that level of doing work for them, but like, I just think that 1AR says it's in June, not like in general. 2AR extends that argument. I think their evidence, like, you know, goes beyond that. It's somewhat predictive. I grant you that it says there's struggles ahead in the economy, although it also says there's struggles behind in the economy, which sort of suggests like maybe this internal link is not that viable. So to me, I just couldn't get there on the internal link evidence, and I didn't think that the characterization of the uniqueness evidence was fair based on 1AR, 2AR spin, and then just based on a rereading of the evidence. And I thought, as I was getting into the debate about Quebec succession, I really tried to apply the same standard to both teams. I read unhighlighted portions of both cards because I wanted to get a sense of whether, really, I started doing that for the negative because I was like, okay, maybe I'll vote neg on this. I want to be generous to the negative. It says economic reasons, and maybe that's the same thing as stagnant growth. And as I read it, I was like, it's really not. And then I read the AF card, thinking about it in the contested context between AF and neg, and I was like, this card really is going pretty far beyond 0.7% growth in a year. So I understand that that's not structural, but again, I don't think the structural claim is grounded in evidence. So that sort of takes me back to the beginning again. And then I agree with BK too, that there are probably some economic effects that are going to happen as a result of climate change. And there's some, potential negative externalities there as well. And the AF has maybe some potential to remedy some level of that. So yeah, are they going to solve all these problems? No. The add-on, I kind of agree with everybody else. Like, I didn't think there was a whole lot going on there. I thought probably the biggest mistake that the 2AR made was spending so much time on that add-on when the negative was just like decisively ahead on no Taiwan war. And I thought that more time in the 2AR on this Quebec secessionism stuff would have helped even more. But yeah, at the end of the debate, I thought it was a really good debate, but I just couldn't get there on Quebec secession. I just didn't think the EV substantiated the very good 2NC spin on the evidence.
Okay, congrats, Dartmouth.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you all.
Take it easy.